Hello! Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. I appreciate everyone who shows up here in a timely fashion, which does not include me, because I am a silly Billy who is late to my own streams. I just am writing. This is the issue that happens, is that I see that I have 1 minute left on the timer, and then I go, oh, I've got time to do one more thing. In this case, it was double check my to-do list for tomorrow. I have time to do one more thing, and then I start doing that thing, and then it takes more than 1 minute. I feel very foolish. Right, I feel very, very foolish when I do that. I feel very foolish then. Clocks are a bad invention, what a mistake. I have joked, and I stand by this, I'm not entirely dishonest on this one. I have joked that the most powerful technology that I actually own, the coolest, smartest device that I have, is an egg timer. Just a simple, spring that you twist and hello Raiders, hello Ozzy, hello dear sister, let's see if I can do your name off the top of my head. Aziza Stolazio. How was Hades 2? Welcome in Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am Aziza's brother. I am her brother. Her older brother. I mostly I'm a retired professor of sociology. I am a current VTuber. I'm an old man who loves old things. I do not love what my model is doing. Oh, nearly tipped over my monitor there. I do not love what my model is doing right now. It's looking at a very funny angle. Hold on a second here. There we go. I think that's better. I mostly do calligraphy streams, which is probably what I'm going to be doing today, unless I really decide I want to do something else. I do calligraphy, I paint miniatures, I talk about history and sociology. I am doing a subathon right now because I got a new model, and so therefore I need to kind of get some money back for the investment that went into this. So we are currently at 200, and you may have noticed the little guy. You may have noticed the little guy on my shoulder. This was unlocked yesterday when we got up to 200 subs on the subathon. Reward. Yeah. Have not made a name, have not christened him yet. I will have to do that at some point, but for the moment, he is currently just my little guy. He's my fluffy little guy. Yeah. This design I've been sitting on for a while. We got the Live 2D made earlier this year, but the design has been sitting in the fan art folder for a minute. The design was by a fan, was by Nocturnal Ash. I have not even gotten in the hellos today. I should also say for the raiders, obviously, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Tayamichi, thank you for the subscription. As I've noted, this is you did bum rush me. If you had come like 3 minutes earlier, it would have been on the away screen. It would have still been on the away screen because I leave the away screen up for like 10 minutes. And Doom Guide Rhino, thank you for the follow. You've not eaten and went straight into Hades. I still haven't bought Hades 2. I don't really know why I'm holding out. I guess mostly just because I'm very cheap. And I pretty much only buy things on sale. I am considering just playing some Hades 1. I don't know. If my brain doesn't get back on straight soon enough, I might. I have never regretted a Supergiants game. I did bounce off of Transistor. I did kind of bounce off of Transistor, but I did not regret Hades or Bastion. Let me get in the hellos because we've now got people subbing. Hello, Seribots. Hello, Almantas VT. Hello, Quinn of Paper. Hello, Almont OS. Hello, Aziza Stelazio. Hello, Doom Guide Rhino. Hello, of course, to Mikks UAV. Let's give a shout out to Mikks, to my mod Mikks. Mikks UAV, a wonderful, wonderful streamer. I don't think he largely does not identify as a streamer. And, of course, hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I appreciate all of you. All of you make this possible. This stream is, as streams are, as broadcast media are, a continuous negotiation and between the streamer, between the audience and the creator, between artist and creator. There's truly both of those are fundamental halves of the whole. Being generous to myself by calling myself even half of the consideration. And so every person who watches is an important and integral part of the kind of artwork that I am trying to create here. And so I really, really do appreciate all of you being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so as mentioned, yes, we are on the 5th stream of the subathon. We're on the 5th stream of the subathon, celebrating my fleet anniversary. Hello, Primo. Hello, Bonjour Primo. You have to head to bed now, Doom Guided Rhino? Yes, please have a good night. I should have said, for anybody who is not familiar, Aziza is my sister. She is being very generous. She is being very, very generous. And now to please have a good.
Gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you very much, Ozzy. Thank you very much. Yes. She is a serious gamer. She is a serious gamer. She is hardcore, and it looks like
gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
I will have to audit this, but it does look like it. Yeah, I was gonna say I see Ali in there. I see Ali Bashi in there. It does look like the sub counter dropped a sub. I'm going to edit that. I did not audit the subs last night. I will have to audit them again tomorrow or after today's stream. But yes, yeah, it looks like it dropped the Valorant sub. It looks like it drops the subs pretty frequently with the Valorant automatic subs. But thank you very much, Ozzy, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Yes, to the UNSC Saratoga. That's a cute one. Sapphire Umi, Strawberry Procchione, Obi-Wan Shinobi, Kaizoth Official. Hello, Obi-Wan Shinobi, and Ali Bashi. Ali Bashi. I like Ali. I like Ali. She was somebody who I met at Offkai, and she is very cool. She is very, very, very cool. Yeah, the Saratoga. Yeah, that's cute. Ali is the only pink cat girl you actually watch, which is understandable. Which is understandable. Which is understandable. I like Ali. Hello, Momo. Hello, Momo. Welcome in, Momo. Good to see you here. Good to see you here. I hope you have been well. I hope you have beeneth welleth. But yes, how are folks doing today? How are folks doing today? Today is a little bit of a, it's a day where I think I'll have to kind of get myself together, a little bit. Because I did not run today. I did not run today because I have been running quite a bit, and you need to periodically take breaks. And turns out that taking breaks from running is kind of the opposite of taking breaks for my brain. It kind of causes me to feel weird and sluggish all day. I've been streaming pretty hard. I will be streaming again tomorrow, assuming my head doesn't completely fall out. But I don't usually stream 3-4 days in a row, like I have been doing. I am very impressed with the streamers who do this 5, 6, 7 days in a row. I do wonder a little bit about how they are doing things. Although I suppose a lot of it comes down to the fact that if you stream yourself primarily doing things that was like what you wanted to do anyway, then it's not as much of a loss. Whereas I feel the need to do a certain amount of research in my off time in order to feel like I am engaged in stream. I need a little bit of intellectual cooldown. You have a question regarding calligraphy ink. Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Miss Momo. I will say that I have been following other people's guides who are far more knowledgeable than me. I am not actually super experimental when it comes to calligraphy inks. So I will answer your question to the best of my ability, but there's only one thing I really know that is something that's like real advice I can give. Can you still use expired inks? Kind of. It depends a little bit. It depends a little bit. Are you using it in a fountain pen or in a dip nib? If you are using dips, you have a lot more allowance. Yeah, I would say if it smells off, I would still throw it out. Inks do, in fact, rot. If it smells like weird and bad, I would just get rid of it. In no small part just because that's not worth it. If it's otherwise, you know, shake it and see if it might have just settled. It might not actually be expired. It might have just settled weirdly. Hello, Nyazoth. It might have just settled weird. I mean, open up the lids and don't, you know, waft them towards you. Yes, inks are made of biologicals, as a rule. Inks are often made of biological and organic components, and they can get eaten by la bacteria or even el funguso. So you do need to be aware of that. You do need to be aware of that. I have, in a very long time, I have basically never had any ink rotting. I have had inks that are like decades old and are fine. So it takes a very long time. It takes a very long time. Yeah, so, but not even necessarily a very long time. It depends on, like, if you take care of it and stuff like that. If you let things get into them, they, you know, it depends on, like, if things get in and stuff like that. Hello, Keith9599. Midori, I've got ink bottles in... I have ink bottles that I have used on stream that I've had longer than that. Like, the date is not intrinsic there. I have an ink bottle around here that is, I think, still kind of usable. That's from the 70s. Yeah, my Roman Empire is the Roman Empire. I will say that my recent history readings have been trending more Asian. I do have a reader on ceremonial history in Japan to get into. I did finish my Chinese history, my recent Chinese history book. That one was lovely. That one was incredible. And so I'm taking a little bit of a break from history to put a little bit of time into reading The Dispossessed, because The Dispossessed is incredible. And we'll be doing some quotes from The Dispossessed because I will be missing the book club, my book club tomorrow, and so I want to give them some calligraphy. I want to give them some calligraphy for their trouble. For their trouble. But yes. 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 Now that you are minimally less foolish, yes, please do give it a look. Please do give it a look. It actually is that good. It actually is that good. I didn't read it when I was a teenager, and I kind of wish I had. God, yeah, I definitely had not read it when I was a youth. The book I read from my youth that I should revisit is Lord of the Rings. because whenever Lord of the Rings is this kind of funny one because Lord of the Rings is a favorite of calligraphy people to do quotes from. But the truth of the matter is that the quotes they keep on choosing from Lord of the Rings are really boring and asinine. They choose like the most sentimental like banger lines, and those tend to be some of the less interesting parts of it. Whereas some of the historians I follow, Goldwag and Devereaux, talk pretty extensively about Lord of the Rings, and they make it sound. The passages that I will read from historians that they zero in on are really a lot more fascinating and interesting. You've been collecting books on preaching Chinese Christianity for an essay assignment for a Chinese Essential course. Haven't been reading. I'm going to run the topic by my professor. Excellent. I think you will very quickly become more expert on that particular subtopic than I am, because all that I really know about preaching Chinese Christianity is basically just like Matteo Ricci. That's really kind of about it. I think that's really all I know. I know Matteo Ricci, and I know, strictly speaking, not Christians, but I know a little bit about Judaism in Kaifeng and Manichaeanism in the Ming era. I know like a little bit about those, but definitely not anything substantial. Hello, Qketsky_Ika. Hello to the vampire squid. But yes. But yes, The Dispossessed is an easy book to recommend for people to read. It's a very easy book to recommend. In Tengwar? No, I have not. I do not speak Tengwar. So I absolutely have not. The only writing systems that I really know are, honestly, I really only know the English writing system. I really only know the English writing system. I can kind of fool around in the Japanese writing system, which is what we're going to do. Which is what we are about to embark on. That is what we are about to embark on. Let's... in fact, I don't know. I feel like doing that right now. I'm just going to take a look at my camera to make sure it looks accurate. Cat Deer Snooze gave me a shout out. What a lovely deer. Kinbei Gakuru, thank you for the follow. Gakuru, thank you for the follow. I wonder if she's going to be rating me in a second. I don't usually see people giving me shout-outs live on the activity feed while I'm here. But yes, I only really know the English and, to a certain arguable extent, the Japanese systems. All right, that looks correct. That looks correct. Let's hop on over and and I may as well add a window capture for Anki. Let's turn it on. Oh, whoops. Turn off studio mode. Turn on that window grab, Anki. Where do we want it? I guess up here? All right, and let's do a little bit of adjusting. Yes, we are going to be going through some of my kanji study. I've fallen a bit behind on it because I have been prioritizing certain content creation tasks at the expense of, my self-maintenance and my self-care, which largely consists of studying. And so we are going to hop on studying some Japanese. We are using the Hessig method in case people have not been here before and have not seen me studying Japanese here. I am using Hessig method, which focuses on concepts at the expense of pronunciations or understandings. I don't know if I want to use this notepad. Let's take a look around. Yeah, let's use, I've got another notepad that has a lot more space in it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I will be nice to you folks, and I will write big. I will write big. I will not write small. Cheek is rice. 9-10. This 9-10 is often an indicator of like culmination. So like drunk. Is this sake 9-10? This culmination indicator. And what was the other one? Smash. Yeah, iki. Wonder. Awe. Horse. Writing in front of the red line is really bugging you? Lol. Too bad. I like to take advantage of all the space I've got on the paper. I actually use when I'm taking notes for meetings or for classes, I actually use the red line as the space where I will write down, like I usually, if I'm in a lecture or at a presentation or just taking notes for a meeting, I will write all of my notes over here, and then I will go like that if I have a question. Yeah, so I know to revisit it. I know I've got a follow-up question on that note. Embarrass is... How does this one work? I believe it is sign of the dragon. Stick to. Yes, it is. Hazukashi, hazukashi, hazukashi. That's a word I know well. That's a word I know well. I am well familiar with hazukashi. I had a Japanese professor tell me that I was hazukashi. Une. Trouble. Komaru. Komaru. I can't remember this one. Nope, yep. No, Nayamu, not Komaru. That's why I got trapped here. I was like, it's not Komaru, can it? Hello, Cat Deer Snooze. Hello, hello, hello. I could feel you coming. I could feel you coming. I was struggling with Keigo. Keigo was a bit of a wall for me in studying Japanese. I really struggle with Keigo. So here's our first mistake of the night. Oh, hold up. I hit... Yeah. He was not a nice teacher. This was not a nice teacher. I've had several Japanese teachers over my life, but that was not a nice one. That was not a nice teacher. Arm. I like this one. Ude. Revelation. I think this one is creation, so I've made mistakes on this one recently. Sugeru. I remember meeting his wife, and his wife was like, "Yeah, he's just always like this. He's just a weird guy. He's just a weird guy." Did teach me some good calligraphy skills. I would like to think that this was less a question of him being mean and more a question of him struggling a little bit with some of his social skills. I think he kind of did not really understand the extent to which his words impacted other people's emotions. I could imagine that he was he seemed pretty autistic to me. I think he struggled with understanding other people's feelings and emotions. Emperor Seal. Pronounced the same as bowl, funny enough. Interesting. Chinese is brutal for that. My Chinese is atrocious. My Chinese is absolutely atrocious. You can tell me almost anything in Chinese and I will believe you. Takai, not normally how you write Takai, but I suppose you can. You normally write Takai, like that. Home. This one throws me off because they're using home in a very specific way. Hold on, that's wrong. Chinese is such a contextual language as well. Taku. I recognize as a type of Japanese feudal holding. Like in not the Asakusa period, but in I always forget the era that comes after that. I've been trying to get better at my Japanese history. My Japanese history is actually really weak. It's actually pretty pathetic. But the era in like around 1000, this was a type of feudal holding that was outside of the taxation system and unsurprisingly came to dominate the landscape. Cat Deer Snooze, when I took Mandarin, when I studied Mandarin, I failed every single spoken test. And it's one of those things that I thought was really funny about I did still pass the class because I aced all of the writing. And here's the thing that I really remember about it, Cat Deer Snooze, and for Keith, other people who have studied Chinese will understand this. I don't think you are understanding how small this is. How small my writing is. This is my pinky nail. This is the size that I just write in. This was the size that I was writing smaller than this in Chinese class because we would get size 8s. We would get the quizzes in size 8. Feels pretty normal. It's size 10. What if you had ginormous fingers? That would rock. Cat Deer Snooze, you've met me. Cat Deer Snooze has gave me free scotch. Free Japanese whiskey, actually, but it was pretty good. Let me just write a character in here. I think in Chinese class hold on, that's actually wrong. Because they were giving us size 8 font for the quizzes. This was actually the pencil I was using. I've had this pencil for a long time. Let's try that again. Yeah, that's what I was writing like in Chinese class. And my Chinese professor was really mad at me. That's what I really remember. That's actually one of my strongest memories of studying Chinese was during my second semester. My Chinese professor walking up to me, like I handed in a quiz and my Chinese professor was like, I always get a headache whenever I'm grading Almantas' work. Because he writes too small. Yes, we have shaken hands. We have shaken hands. The cat deer snoot. Again, yeah, you gave me whiskey. I liked it quite a bit. You hated it. You hated it. May's AP Cafe also has really tiny handwriting. May's has very tiny handwriting. Overgrown is it this? Yes, it is. No, so I get it wrong. I did it wrong. I added an extra stroke. She get it. I added an extra stroke. What? How appropriate that I overgrew on overgrown. She get it. Clear up. Clear up is... What is it? Oh, well, the it should have said writing today. That's what the notification should have been, Kaipa. All right. I have been told by a couple people they find it frustratingly small. Dang it. I know that one too. I feel really dumb. Well, it'll be back in there. It's like I know that one. I just don't associate it with clear up. Contend. Thick. This one's back in the mix because I keep on adding an extra... I keep on doing this, which is not a character. This is not a character. This is the correct character. This is the correct character. I don't know how to write in cursive Chinese. I'm looking forward to learning. I am looking forward to learning how to do cursive in Japanese. But I am not there yet. I am not there yet. We have a minute to go. Tune is... If I am recalling correctly... Shiraberu. Various words of people. Mono. Moro. Not mono. Moro. Trading. Hold on a second. I'm going to get some water here. Oh. Alala Skies. Thank you for the follow. Hello, Rick Ossie. Hold on a second. My old history teacher wrote pretty cursively in one of my distinct memories asking, "Sir, can you please come back from Egypt? I can't read hieroglyphics." That's cute. Hold on a second. I am trying to remember this one. It's the first radical that I'm having trouble remembering. The second half of this I am remembering pretty decently. Let's just go with I don't think it's thread. Don't think it's this. This doesn't seem right to me. It was not right. It was not thread. It was grains. Okay. Another mistake. Rot. I'm doing kanji practice. Yeah, I'm doing Japanese practice. I'm doing kanji practice specifically. I'm doing... Hello, Winde. How you doing today, man? I'm doing some kanji practice. Oh, workout time. Excellent. Thank you, Winde, for the workout practice. I appreciate it. Winning some new customers. Good work. Let me think about this. What do I want to do? Let's do push-ups. I've been falling behind on my push-ups, so 1, 2, 3. Gotta readjust my grip a little bit. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. Turns out I did not suddenly and miraculously gain the ability to do wide-angle push-ups. I cannot do wide-angle push-ups. I have to do elbows tucked in. Pseudo-planche push-ups is the term. I have to do pseudo-planches. I have an old injury. Rot. I don't remember this one. Okay, yep, I wasn't going to get that one. That was way off base. I thought it was, decay was what I was mixing it up with. Government office meet. Yeah. Whew. You have reminded me that at some point in my life, I am going to have to figure out how to actually talk to sponsors. I will one day, but not today. It doesn't take a lot of arm strength to write. It is considered, I think, kind of bad habit, but I am writing largely from my fingers. I'm not using a lot of upper arm muscle for my writing. I know that's considered kind of bad form, but I mostly don't. Irrigate, this is an easy one. I'm annoyed that I messed it up the other day. Okay, easy. Hello. I don't... Well, the trouble with the sponsorship that I should really be getting is Pilot. This is Pilot inks that I'm using. This is a Kuretake pen, but I'm using Pilot ink in it. I use Pilot so much. They would be the real company. Pilot and Yoroshizoku would be the real people. And of course, I don't know that they would even sponsor a VTuber, and I don't think I'm the most sponsor friendly. I think I'm pretty unsponsor friendly, if I'm being completely honest. Sort is rice, dog, paper. Southern dog. This balance is wrong. There we go. I mean, I've seen people lose sponsorships for much less than stuff that I have done. So, maybe a Japanese company would be different, but I think an American company would be very unpleased to be sponsoring me. Would you enjoy writing with a glass tip pen? I've done a little bit of writing with a glass. I actually don't love glass pens. They're neat to look at, but as a writing utensil, I find that they don't kind of they aren't responsive in the ways that I want pens to be. Like, I want pens to either have like specific nib shapes or to be deeply pressure sensitive. Like brush pens are deeply pressure sensitive. Right, you know, I can you know, do stuff like that. And glass dip pens kind of end up writing a bit like ballpoints. I could give it another shot. I haven't done it in years, and I didn't even own it. I just like played with it in the store, and I was like, well, that's cool. Needle. Hari. Yep, Haris. Hari is a kanji that's very easy for me. Because one of those Buddhist stories, that I really like is the story of the I don't even really like it. The hell that is the mountain of needles. That one, like the visuals from that one really stuck with me when I was studying Japanese. The visuals of that. So I mean, Quinn, I write fairly frequently with C style dip nibs. Here's the pen I was planning. This is the nib holder I was planning on using. I was planning on writing with a C1 today, which is a Speedball C1. I have some Speedball A tips, but I actually really don't like the A's at all. The A tips I don't like. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the A nibs. But the C nibs produce really nice consistent lines. Most of my experience is with I will say that, like, for learning calligraphy and where most of my experience is so far is with Pilot Parallels. Pilot Parallels are fountain pens. They're not dip pens. They're amazing. And I should ask you, Kyuketsuki, when you say an extra fine, are you using a Japanese extra fine or a European extra fine? European sizes and Japanese sizes for fountain pens are slightly different. So an extra fine Japanese is like really tiny. I have an extra fine. I use a fine tipped Pilot Metropolitan, which would be equivalent to a Mont Blanc extra fine, and that's what that's actually like my favorite handwriting pen these days. Hello, retracted _ fluff. Japanese. Oh, that is super tiny. That is super duper tiny. Yeah. That's getting to the point where I haven't actually used a Japanese extra fine. I'd be worried about it just like tearing the paper all the time. Overgrown. Kind of want to get through this a little bit faster. Grave. Hold on. This is Tombstone. That's not Tombstone. This is Tombstone. Making mistakes constantly. This is Tombstone. This is Graveyard. Is this Grave? No. I'm gonna count that as a mistake. What type of pen are you using, Kyuketsuki, if you don't mind me asking? Because I know Nyanomancer, who I know we will not see tonight, and I'm sad about this. I love Nyano. He's very busy. Nyano likes Pilot Vanishing Points. Yeah, rip cats. Hello, Vovern. Separate. I've been to Japan. I'm a VTuber. Of course I've been to Japan. This is how we catch the disease. Yeah. Training. It's probably not a Vanish. Do you know what brand it is? Usually the brand will be written on it somewhere. But I'm impressed you've kept it. That's lovely. That's lovely. Silver. Catch eyes, silver. Yeah, measure. You lived in Tokyo for 2 months? Wonderful. Wonderful. At least I hope you had a nice time in Tokyo, I should ask. I should not act like I know that it would have been a good time. I found Japan incredibly hot. But I deal very poorly with the heat. I mean, I've been to Tokyo. Olden times. Oh, well, whatever, I'll take that. No branding. Huh, interesting. I mean, I don't know. I'm not like that good with pens, but I might be able to identify it if I see it. In particular, hold on, let me pull out some of my pens. Let me pull out some of my pens. So, oh, where did I put my good pens? So, Faber-Castell puts their branding on the cap. And you can see a watermark if you look really closely on the nib. And I think that's true of most pens. Here's my Waterman. So you can see it's got the Waterman logo up here. It says Waterman there. And it's got the logo and the name on there. So if you don't... And a Pilot, I think, usually puts on theirs as well. I'm not... Lamy definitely does. Lamy definitely does. I'm not sure about Twisby. Jinhao, I don't think tends to, so it might be a Jinhao. And what would be the other one? Oh yeah, Pilot. Oh, Kakano. Kakano I don't think does. I think Kakano doesn't, so it might be Kakano. Connection. Seki. Yeah. It's usually going to be on the back of the nib, is usually like the main spot. That's the thing that I'm struggling with right now is there we go, that's better. So this... Nope. I added one extra stroke. Horizontal. Yeah, yokoito. Alright, and Lament. There we go. There we go. A nice one. Oh, I'm just messing up my own setup. There we go. Repress. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. Yep, I'm wrong. That was welcome. This is repress. And window. The public heart. Roof public heart. Or whole elbow heart. There we go. Penetrates. There we go. That's it. Kiln. This one always screws me up. Kiln is... I think it's like this. Roof. Father. King. Fire, I think. Yes! Roof, father, king, fire. Kind of a complicated one. Ignore the fact that I actually wrote hard even though I was thinking fire. Cornerstone. Yeah, there we go. Cornerstone, pretty good. Use. Scout. Yep, scout. Got it right. Salutation. What's the salutation? Whoa, ads be upon ye. Okay. Let me go get some water. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Salutation. Hold on. I was trying to remember this one. I think it's shrine tag. There we go. Grave. I feel very silly not getting this one, but what can you do? Sometimes you get owned. Concerning capital? Nope. There we go. I've been mixing blue and purple inks in the pen chamber on this one, and you can see that the color is changing over the course of even just this session. I really like this particular shade of purple right now. These bluish purples, these rich bluish purples, I really like. In front, is that how we've done my tie? Yeah, musubu, halts. Hold on, no, I'm doing the wrong thing. Halts is person. Pavilion. Tomeru. Instead. Kaite. Shake. 1 second, that's not too. There we go. Is it this? Yes, it is. Food. Ability. Wife. It is kind of funny they've decided that this is wife and not Oksan. Because like this is the way that I know how to write wife in Japanese. Tsuna. Lucidity. Suma. Contacts. This character I think is ugly, but that's inevitable that some of the characters are going to be ugly. Yeah, you got this many. That's just gonna happen sometimes. Together. You don't see ugly only needing. I think it's unbalanced. I think it's unbalanced and crowded. I think that people are allowed to have preferences, right? I think people are allowed to have preferences. As I've noted frequently, my least favorite Japanese character is. Let's see if I can do it off the top of my head. This one, femininity. I don't like it. It's too crowded. I don't like how vertically crowded it is. It's very unbalanced. But how you doing, Gamma? That was help. I did help instead of aid. Like a real Mashugana. Basket lack. And verification is going to be horse, saber. Faction. Ha. Yeah. Lamp is a good one. Calm. And encourage is... Yeah, there we go. This is the one I got wrong earlier, just a moment ago. I don't like that order. There we go. That's the right order. Scatter. And approve is going to be husband, value. And stack. Replacement cloth. There we go. Substitution cloth, I should say. Wet. And the crossed bow for dirty. Repressed is... I don't really know how to think of this one. Finger, some sort of alternated sides of the hair? I don't know. Shrine. Sheep is auspicious. Incur is... Finger... Like that? No, it's not. I mix up incur and impart all the time. Remote. There we go. And section. Boo, like bucho. Like bucho. Like bucho. Bucho. Family crest. I actually, unfortunately, kind of like this one. Mon. I don't know. There's something that really speaks to me. Oh, and I did it wrong. I was just saying I like this one, and I got the pronunciation and everything. Real Mashugana hours here. Is there a better word that translates to Mashugana for Japanese than baka? Is there a better one? Because like the other words I kind of know like that are like just like flat out swears, right? Like, you know, that's just not what I'm about. Cereals. Cereals. That's not it at all. And... oh my goodness, my brain. Is it projectile? Yeah, it was. Huh. Okay, heal. Not to be confused with healing. Okay, I'm literally writing healing right now, even though I literally said not to confuse these two. But no, heal. Like this. Ryo. Yeah, everything with this internal character is Ryo. Repudiate. Fingers of the jail cell. Parcel post. Parcel post. This one screws me up quite a bit. Whatever, I give up. Humiliate. It's good that we got this the same day as embarrassed, right? Because I tend to mess those up pretty frequently. Sheep, sign of the ox. Drift, I actually kind of like drift. It is wet ballots. Tadai, hold, motsu. Got this one wrong recently, that's why it's got such a low counter, but it's a really easy one as far as I'm concerned. Apricot. Yep, tree mouth, easy one. Thirst. There we go. Oh, I added an extra character there. An extra radical that does not belong. What a fool. Resemblance? Is it this, or is it... This is statue. So... Which I learned as elephant. Okay, there we go, we're good. ちょっとできます。ちょっと日本語ができます。昔々勉強しました。だけど、なんというか、長い時間から勉強使わなかった。勉強しなかった、練習しなかった、だから下手になってしまいました。それなら、今年は、日本語勉強、日本語でなんというか、start over. Not 始める。I've restarted. I have returned to studying Japanese, and so I have honestly mostly been focusing on kanji because I am the type of person who gets really frustrated when I understand only part of something. When I only understand like bits and pieces of something. I am the type of person who really likes to understand all of one thing first, and then I move on to other subtopics. Like, if I was when studying physics, I really wanted to focus very heavily on studying on like getting a really strong handle on Newtonian physics before learning how to apply Newtonian physics and calculus to to statistical mechanics, for example. I am in America and I am largely learning on my own, which is not smart. It is not the number one thing I am dedicating my time to, which is obviously going to put some limits on my ability to really get things done. It's kind of taking a little bit of a backseat to improving as a streamer. And to it's competing quite heavily with athleticism, right? With trying to keep my physical health in good shape, right? Netting is it this? I think it's this. Yeah. Interpretation. I think it's this. No, that's not right. capped rice, and then shaku. There we go. Capped rice and then shaku. I'm going to put that one down as hard because I had to think really hard about it. Art. I think art as a general concept is resin between streets. Hello, Larkeeper. Yeah, you should focus on your physical health. Strong body, strong mind. I definitely notice consequences very quickly when I don't prioritize my physical health, and particularly cardio. If I don't prioritize cardio, I definitely start to... everything else about my health starts to fall apart. Notably my mental. If I don't focus on that, my mental health gets really weak. Hug. I like this. I shouldn't say I like this character. I like hugging people. I think the character is fine. One more vertical stroke and I'd probably hate it. But I'm also willing to forgive a lot for the thread radical. I really like the thread radical. Yaw. I do like hugs though. Mercy. Tenacious. I believe tenacious is something like... Oh, let's go back there just to make sure I got it correct. Yes, there we go. I did get it correct. How many languages do you know? Depends on what you mean by no. Depends on what you mean by no. And depends on your limits of language. I would usually preferentially say I am okay at English. Is normally how I would say it. I would say I'm okay at English, and I have very basic level Japanese. And I would not... I have touched a lot of other languages, but I wouldn't say I know any of them. I have touched other languages, and I really would not trust my ability to communicate meaningfully in Chinese or any of the other languages that I have looked at. Ardent. I want it to be Line Hearts? No, it's Line Fire. Fishing. Yep, wet fish is fishing. Ridiculous. Incur. But yeah, I would not consider languages to be a strong point of mine. I think that would be I'm wrong. Yep, I was wrong. Fuda. I wish languages were a strong point of mine, and I think I try not to have too many regrets, right? I think that living life in the future, that is to say being anxious all the time, is pretty silly. But I think that living life entirely in the past, that is to say living your life in terms of regrets, is even dumber. And is this it? Yes, it is. Finger carrier was the conveyor. But I do really wish that I had spent more time studying languages when I had more neuroplasticity. and when I had more time, right? Like, I wish that I had spent more time on languages when I was a teenager and a young adult than I did. Or even when I was a child, right? I kind of wish that my education when I was a little kid had been very language focused. I think I would be... I think a lot of the stuff I learned and spent time learning wasn't super useful and would have been easier to learn at a later time. And meanwhile, like, there's no substitute for learning languages when you're little. Like, this it's just so powerful. This character is funny to me. It's alcohol Oni, right? It's alcohol Oni. It's alcohol demon is ugly. I actually think it's kind of a pretty character. I actually kind of like it. But I think it's a cute combination there. Make headway. I've been making mistakes on this character a lot lately, so I'd be embarrassed if I did right now. Fixed. Fixed. Scared. Knee. Knee is a weird one. Knee is a weird one. But yeah, in particular, I really wish I spoke some sign language. Sign language in particular is one where I feel very foolish for not knowing. First of all, sign language grammar is super cool. Sign language has a very, very cool grammatical structure. And so that's like enough of a justification to me, right? Is that sign language has a very cool grammatical structure. Particularly the way that sign language pronouns work is really cool. But also I'm like somewhat hard of hearing. I definitely have trouble understanding people speaking, and it would probably... I'm kind of curious how much of it is like truly a language processing disorder. Hello, Chic15. I will admit to not knowing a lot about neuroplasticity, right? I am a sociologist by training, not a psychologist. So it's entirely possible that any random person in chat knows more about neuroplasticity than I do. Oh, come on. I mixed up carve and engrave. Let's try to be more deliberate with my strokes here. And hello, Shark Ray. With a pair of deaf grandparents, they learn no sign language growing up. That rules. That rules. Good for him. Good for him. Sutra... No. Sutra's thread. Spool. Thirst. And tread is foot. Halberd. Messed it up. Yeah, I wish that there was so... I'm kind of curious if there is any actual knowledge. I'm gonna literally look that up right now. I'm gonna look that up literally right now. Okay, that's 40 years of research. Geez, this is a paper and a half. No conflict of interest. Nice. Yeah, bachelor level anthropologist and archaeologist. Oh, anything. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, I was a sociology professor. Yeah, Mikks would know way better than me. Mikks, do you wanna come in and talk about this? Do you actually know anything about this? I'll hop in the VC. Yep. No, Mikks knows. Mikks knows. That's the wrong window open. You can chat for a bit. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, and she, archaeology is a lovely study. I did not do any archaeology. It would have been kind of cool to have gone to field school, but I just didn't do it. I just didn't do it. I probably would have been okay at field school. But maybe that's just copium on my part. Like, it sounds appealing to me. Guard, hold on. It's not safeguard. What is guard? What is guard? Hold on. This is protect. No, this is defend. This is defend. What is protect? I can't remember what guard is. Is guard... Is this guard? Let's try this. Nope, it's not. Mamoru. Okay. Wrong. Rhythm? That's cute, Shark Ray. That's cute. That's a good pun.
Beep boop. Hello. Let me silence the actual stream. There we go.
Yes. Please do not.
Yeah, so that you do not get the feedback loop.
Well, I would not get the feedback loop. You would.
Oh, true. No,
yeah.
You would too, because you would hear it through my mic.
I mean, I suppose. I'm gonna move
because I'm a psychopath and actually use speakers.
Oh, that does make you a psychopath. Where do we want the bird? Do we want to? I think over here. I think over here on the bottom left.
Yeah, that way I'm out of the way, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, people can actually make out what the heck you're doing.
I mean, I have 2 frames of animation.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah. So, thing I wanted to say to Shark right here is that the unfortunate thing. Now, I am not a neurologist. I am not a neurosurgeon. So my understanding of the actual physiology of the brain is relatively limited, right? I have some understanding, as much as, like, I would imagine most university-educated adults who have also, like, had brain injuries in their life would have, right? But the downside to this is that high levels of neuroplasticity also make you much more prone to dysreflexia and to pain and nerve pain in particular.
Help me out. What dysreflexia? Could you? I'm not familiar with this word.
Your reflexes misfiring. You know how kids sometimes just like jerk in weird ways when they're trying to pick things up, especially young kids? It's like that.
Okay.
But that's dysreflexia.
Okay.
It's basically your brain sending mixed signals in the same way, you know, dysgraphia and dyscalculia and dyslexia are a mismatch between your language comprehension capabilities and your brain's like actual language centers. right? Or recognition of images, memory, that sort of stuff. Dysreflexia is a misfiring of your physical reflexes between like what you're trying to do and what your body actually allows you to do, right? So generally speaking, the other thing is that neuroplasticity isn't a net good for other reasons as well. Yes, you learn faster, and especially languages. High levels of neuroplasticity allow you to pick up languages more quickly. But it also hurts your attention span. It also reduces your ability to focus on long-term goals. That's part of why our brains settle into, well, I say why as though there's like a design reason for this, but a big part of the reason our brains don't just stay in that state for our entire lives is in order to allow us to specialize and allow us to focus in on specific things, right? I believe the pet was the 200-point unlock.
200-point unlock, which was yesterday. Yes, thank you, Zamiel.
It is, in fact, very cute.
Yes.
There is a suspicion. ADHD is largely considered, or used to be primarily considered, a learning disability.
Yep.
And it was pretty heavily linked to neuroplasticity is something that is not especially well understood, right? We know a lot of the impacts, and it's like kind of a blanket term we use to refer to young children's ability to learn things much faster, right? But there is likely some sort of connection between these things, right? But again, I'm not a neurologist, and even very accomplished neurologists do not have a full understanding of this because, unfortunately, a big part of how you learn how a brain works is by studying a brain while it's active. And that can be, and there's nobody's brain is exactly the same as anybody else's brain, right? There's typicalities. That's how we know that neurodivergency is a thing, and it is a physiological thing that you can examine neurologically, right? It's not just like your soul is autistic or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Your brain actually is wired differently. When you are schizophrenic, when you are autistic, when you have ADHD, when you have dyslexia to some extent, though that's harder to detect. When you have ahedonia, or other forms of like pleasure malfunction, right? Hedonists and masochists have brains that are wired somewhat differently, right, than the typical, right? But yes, there might be a connection between hyperactive disorders and levels of neuroplasticity, or more likely to a malformation. It is Tenchi Hazuki.
Yeah, we have been raided by Tenchi. How are you doing, Tenchi? I did catch some of your stream. Oh, you got it. Yeah, I did catch some of your stream. She was playing Monster Hunter Wilds. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber. I mostly do calligraphy. This is my handwriting. Right now, I am catching up on my Japanese kanji practice because I have fallen behind, and it frustrates me to fall behind on these things. And I said kind of at the start of stream that if I'm going to do something in real life that is streamable, I may as well just do it on stream anyway. These are kanji. I am using the Hessig method of kanji study, which is a silly method of doing things, but it makes me happy, so I am doing it. How was the Wilds? How was the Wilden? How was the new content?
Did you kill Omega?
Yeah. Oh, I should also say I apologize. I am joined today by my friend Mikks UAV. Mikks UAV has come on here to explain some concerns around neuroplasticity, because I was lamenting, as many of us old folks do, how much harder it is to learn a language when you're older. So Mikks has come on to correct some misapprehension I had about neuroplasticity as a conceit and the relationship it has to language learning.
For context, I'm a cognitive linguist, so
Yes.
and with a specialty in language learning specifically.
Yeah.
I mostly focus on socialization language learning and like actual in-person practice language learning.
Yeah.
But mostly for young children, like under 5, right? Under 7 specifically. Forensic anthropology is super cool.
It is quite cool. It is quite cool. You don't think it's harder? I don't know about that, Mr. Soffit. People learn languages incredibly fast when they're extremely young. It's to me in particular, it's remarkable that even with better studying techniques, I find that words stick less cleanly than they did when I learned them when I was younger. I should also get in the.
Yeah, no, it's. Oh, sorry.
I was going to get in the Kuro Akuntashi. I did that really terribly. Kuro Akutenshi, thank you for the follow. And Dante Hunter 4000, thank you for the follow. And let me get in the chatters who just came in. Faraxis and Chovy Roll, Mr. Sofit, Tenchi Hazuki, of course. Dante Hunter 4000, Kuro Akutenshi, thank you for joining me, and also all the other raiders. And obviously, Tenchi, obviously, if you need to take the rest of the night off, please do so. I tend to raid out when I am tired and hungry and all that stuff. And if I'm recalling correctly, Tenchi Hazuki is a big sourdough baker, if I am recalling correctly. And so hopefully she has some lovely sourdough waiting for her after stream.
So I was addressed a specific question by Sheik.
Yeah.
Which I think that's how it's pronounced, right? Sheik, I would assume.
That's how I've been saying it. Sheik 15.
Yeah. So for context, I am also a psychologist. But my master's is cognitive linguistics. My bachelor is behavioral analysis. I am predominantly was when I was active in this field, predominantly a counselor, not a teacher. So when I say I work with young children, I mean I work with them. I don't teach them. I work with them, right? I assist the teacher, that sort of thing. Cognitive linguistics specifically, right? And you are not wrong to focus on linguistics as an anthropologist. Cognitive linguistics is specifically the study of how language affects how we think. That is why I come at this more from the side of psychology than the side of anthropology. I am somewhat familiar with anthropological methods. I am somewhat familiar with sociological methods, but I am predominantly a student of thought and of the philosophy of thought, as opposed to a student of society and the philosophy of society, so to speak, right? And I am definitely not a historian, nor do I claim to be.
Yeah, neither of us are historians. People get. I just always feel like I need to note this. People often I'll be in other people's chats and they're like, "Oh, hey, it's that history professor VTuber." And I'm like, "Not a history professor. Please, I don't want to."
I mean,
yeah.
You certainly know more than some of my professors did.
Maybe. I do feel pretty comfortable with my knowledge of history. I like history, but it's and it's definitely what I put more time into. But yeah, I was kind of interesting that I think Sheik was the one who mentioned this connection between neuroplasticity and ADHD. As I have very bad ADHD, and my understanding of ADHD and the main kind of theory of it that I have run into is that it's a stimulation issue. That ADHD tends to arise from insufficient or weaker response to intellectual stimulation. That is to say, a greater need for stimulation than other people tend to have. I don't know if that's the only theory. I've heard other theories, like Ronan favors a theory that focuses on serotonin regulation.
That is the chemical theory of ADHD.
Yeah.
It's the one I'm most familiar with.
Yeah. And unsurprisingly, as the sociologist, I tend to be a little biased against neurochemical explanations, despite having a pretty strong chemistry background.
I will say, I think that most of the time, things that affect the individual are neurochemical and not sociological in that sense, right?
We got another raid while we were just. Well, welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. Hello, welcome in Deathheart VT. And the rest of the raid. I am Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy and mini painting and that kind of thing, and I like to chat with my friends about intellectual topics. I am catching up on my Japanese. And my friend Mikks here is answering some questions about linguistics and cognitive linguistics and learning languages, because
language learning specifically, right?
Because I
don't want to pretend I'm doing anything particularly high level here.
I was lamenting, as I so often do, the weakness I have with I feel like my ability to learn and study Japanese is much weaker than it was when I was younger, and I was lamenting that. And so we started with a bit of a thing about neuroplasticity. Well, here's Samurai. Yeah, most of us say Mikks, but some who says Mikks?
DJ says Mikks.
DJ says Mikks. Okay.
Also, everybody I know in real life who I didn't meet on the internet says Mikks because it's Mikhail.
Yeah, it's from Mikhail. Yeah,
right.
But... Samurai.
So I wanted to address something in particular, which is so Mr. Soffit says that the entire concept of linguistics shaping perspective falls apart with sufficient consideration of the phrase, "I don't have the words to express what I'm feeling." I do not think that is true. Because language is more than just words. It's more than just vocabulary. The grammar of language orders your thoughts once you have learned language. In fact, this is part of what ties into neuroplasticity. One of the reasons why neuroplasticity causes it to become like a drop in neuroplasticity can cause it to become harder to take on new concepts, not just new languages, is the grammar of your thought. Right? The way you process through things becomes somewhat, not entirely, because you never completely lose your neuroplasticity unless you are brain damaged in a very particular way, right? Which is quite rare, right? This is like head trauma shit, right? The inability to retain new information is what this would take, right? To just like be completely lacking in neuroplasticity, right?
I did think it was really interesting that you said that neuroplasticity is the higher levels of neuroplasticity cause higher pain response.
Yes.
I did not know that at all. I had no idea.
It also causes you to forget pain more quickly.
Oh, interesting.
Children have senses that are quite acute, let us say, especially young children, right? Like, you know how they used to think, like, in ye old times, that babies couldn't feel pain? Yeah, that's because babies forget that they felt pain.
I figured it's just because babies can't express very well.
That's
or
part
because
of it, too.
And also because it would be very convenient for parents if babies didn't feel pain.
Yeah, and doctors, too.
And doctors, oh yeah.
That is my understanding, like, from your perspective, from the sociological perspective. It was mostly for doctors to be able to relieve themselves of guilt for whatever it is they had to do to babies, right? Not castration. What's the fucking word I want? Circumcision.
Yes,
is a big
yes.
one. Right. Yeah, I mean, kids are also like they heal fast too, right? Like the kids are like because they're growing, they're kind of like in hypercharge in a lot of ways, right? This was yes, hi Nagi. Yes, we're talking about very important masculine topics like circumcision. As we know,
Actual
a new
men's
Silent
rights.
Hill game has just came out, so now it's time to figure out how this game is actually about circumcision, right?
That would be there. That is a.
You know about this, right?
Wow, I have not heard this. No, I saw.
There's a guy. Yeah, all you have to know.
Hold on. Yeah, okay,
there's a
go ahead,
guy on the Silent Hill wikis who is fucking obsessed with circumcision and believes in his heart of hearts that Silent Hill is about circumcision trauma.
That is very strange.
The funniest part of it is that this guy managed to, in the past, I don't think this is any longer the case, but put himself into such a position of authority within the Silent Hill wiki community that he effectively owned all the wikis and nobody could undo his edits.
That is...
it's fucking crazy.
I do want to make it... So the where I was kind of hit by that, I thought you were going for something very different here, which is Silent Hill F just came out, right? Mm-hmm. Silent Hill F just came out, and it is set in the protagonist is a woman in 1960s Japan. Yes. And the authors of the work have been pretty clear that one of their inspirations was writers from the 60s and 70s women's movement in Japan, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. which should be perhaps the least surprising thing on the planet.
Yes.
Like that's just relevant to what they're doing. And I've seen some people be upset about that. And circumcision trauma might be the furthest thing from that I can imagine, because
Japanese feminism does have a particular interest in the penis.
It does, but in case people were not aware of this, this is a little minor note, but circumcision is a pretty culturally specific practice that varies across the globe, and Japan is not a participant. Like circumcision in Japan is extremely rare. Yeah, not never, but very rare.
I believe secret Christians do it. Or they're not called secret Christians anymore, but
yeah, I mean, the other circumstances would obviously be there are not very many, but there are Japanese Muslims and Japanese Jews, mm-hmm. And then of course there's medical circumcision.
Yes,
I think that's probably actually the most common, given how the
almost
demographics.
Certainly.
Yeah, given the demographics of Japan.
But. No, I was mostly just making a joke because this is a piece of trivia that anybody who's like been in Silent Hill communities knows of, right?
This is what I get for not being a fandom guy, right?
It's not even really just communities. This is a really infamous like internet badnik, so to speak, right? This is like Christian Chandler levels of this.
I was about to bring up. So it's like a weird like lol cow guy.
Yeah, except this guy never elevated to that level because all he did was vandalize, edit wikis, and argue with people on Silent Hill wikis, the Silent Hill fandom wiki specifically, right?
Oh no, Pyramid Head feels actually pretty. Pyramid Head's like the only part of this that like adds up at all.
It's actually Walter Sullivan he's obsessed with specifically.
Okay, I've only played Silent Hill 1 and 2, but the relationship between Pyramid Head and circumcision is like I can start to see something like that. I don't think it makes a lot of sense, but I can start to see something there.
Yeah. That was just like this guy is like internet cringe 101, right? He's like so fucking funny, right?
What do the 9 red squares mean? Hold on, is it 9 red squares?
This is a Silent Hill thing.
Oh! I thought the the little like anchor points from inside OBS were showing up on screen. I was like, I'm going to have a nightmare if that's starting to happen, if OBS is starting to transmit those.
The red squares are a recurring motif in Silent Hill 2, and they're used in Silent Hill 3 as well. But you haven't played Silent Hill 3, which is the best Silent Hill. Like, I'm actually 100% with Nagi on this one. Silent Hill 3 is really good. Like, it's so you know how Silent Hill 2 is really very like about men.
Yeah.
It's very male. Yeah. Silent Hill 3 is very not male. Silent
Hill 3
is that why
it's like
very female story? Yes, and also it's just different in a lot of ways. It also has some really fucking hard puzzles.
I do hate those puzzles. I do hate the Silent Hill.
It has the most depraved puzzle. I think you would actually like this puzzle.
Okay.
The most depraved puzzle in Silent Hill 3 is, I believe, the Shakespeare puzzle. I think it's the Shakespeare puzzle.
Oh, that sounds like an actual nightmare to me.
Where you have to actually accurately attribute quotes. That's the big part of the puzzle, right? On the hard mode. I think I'm remembering this correctly. Yeah. You have to actually accurately attribute quotes to passages in Shakespeare's work in order to solve the puzzle, which is great. I love that. Yeah, come onto these yellow sand. Yeah.
Dreadful. Sorry, I'm just making sure like we're missing quite. Chat's moving quite quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, who did I get? Dante Hunter, thank you for the sub. Thank you for subbing. It's a pleasure to have you here. Enjoy your tank and enjoy your dance emote.
The tank emote is so good.
I love the tank emote. And also remember that this is a subathon. I am funding future model work, and this is a public service stream. This is a public Almantas stream. It is supported by viewers like you. Your contributions keep my pens inked and my paper flowing and my whiskey glass full and my space bulldog ramen.
Al, you might want to check your DMs from Quinn.
Yes, thank you. I've left that unread because I got caught up in other things.
I figured
it's on the to-do list. It's on the to-do list.
I figured as much.
I have a to-do list.
I got you.
I didn't get to it in time.
No worries. That's what I thought.
So
I wanted to follow up on something Deathheart VT is saying here, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of your very kind ratings. Says that they have never looked at Silent Hill from a gender relations perspective, but it all makes sense now. Yeah, Silent Hill is real, especially Silent Hill 2 and 3 are really, really, really gendered. Silent Hill 2 is one of these stories that I don't think you could tell about a female character. I think James Sutherland has to be a man. He has to be a straight man.
Mm-hmm.
And he has to be a relatively young straight man.
Yeah.
For the story to work right. Because it is all about his guilt for being a young straight man, basically. And having a sick wife, right? Silent Hill 2 is a very old game, but it did get a remake recently, so I don't know whether I want to go into like too many spoilers, right?
I don't. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine in either direction, to be honest.
Yeah.
I've only played Silent Hills 1 and 2. I played them around this time last year. I think both Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2 were extremely gendered. Silent Hill, I find it hard I really enjoy Silent Hill 1 was a much more subtle game. I liked it quite a bit better for that reason, among others. And Silent Hill 2 is it's extremely about straight masculinity. It's very aggressively, aggressively.
And the toxicity therein. Mostly the self-inflicted toxicity. That's what I find interesting about that, right? I actually also prefer Silent Hill 1 over Silent Hill 2, but 3 is my favorite by far. I think that the story being told in 3 is there she is. Hello, woman.
It's me.
Did you kill Omega?
Yeah, I killed it. I don't care anymore now. I killed it now.
Like three of the people who have like come through chat here have killed Omega today, or died to Omega today. I think Tenchi didn't actually defeat Omega.
Yeah, they said they died.
No, dude, I was like fighting it once, and then I was like, okay, I guess I understand what this is doing now, and then I just hit it with a sword.
I mean, you've also done the raid, right? So.
Yes, I've come here to tell you about Silent Hill. the game of all time. Because I am creature and do not care about spoilers. Because it doesn't matter anyway. Just play that shit, it's good. It doesn't matter. If you know anything about it, you just play it. There you go.
My experience with Silent Hill 1 and with talking with people about what Silent Hill 1 is quote-unquote about after the fact convinced me that it extremely does not matter to be spoiled on Silent Hill 1.
No, it really doesn't.
It really doesn't.
Actually.
No, it
Silent Hill
doesn't.
2, I think if I had been Silent Hill 2 spoiled more, I probably actually would have enjoyed it more.
Bit more, yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause the
you
twist
know
was
what you're
underwhelming.
looking for.
Actually.
The twist was
the
really
truth
underwhelming.
The
Yeah.
truth about with like Silent Hill 2 and 3 actually is if you understand, if you get told the whole, because Silent Hill 3 specifically, right? Like if you play through this game and you don't take care at all times to understand what is even specifically happening, it's just kind of like, I guess we're back, we're playing the girl from Silent Hill 1 that got rescued and then the nightmare world comes back for her, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But the truth is, it's actually very important what's going on, and it makes it much more interesting.
Yeah, like I said, I can believe that. I can believe that. Again, like Silent Hill 2.
Silent Hill 2 is more about like how James. So here, just plug your ears, chat, if you don't want to hear what the actual crux of the game is for 10 seconds, okay? From now. Depending on how you play the game, it will turn out that James will either have killed his wife or not, right? If he did it, then he will have done it on her request, right? Like, because she was sick and she wanted that, like, because she no longer wanted to be a burden to him, right? That's kind of like what's going on there. So the actual changes are just like the degrees to which like he is culpable, right? Like in the endings, right?
Mhm.
And the story is very clearly about how James is a young guy that wants a life and has expectations of his wife, and he has like a sex drive and all this stuff, right? And his wife cannot provide that, and yet he feels like obligated to her, and he feels like guilty because he feels guilty for his own urges, right? Like, and not only for that but also for what he has done, of course, right? Like in what he did in the end,
Specifically,
right? Like, to resolve the situation.
It feels like what you are supposed to understand of James Sutherland is that he does not so much feel guilty that he killed his wife, aside from the fact that he clearly loved her.
Mhm.
He feels guilty that he killed his wife for selfish reasons and not truly because she asked him to.
Mhm.
Right?
That he was relieved by her death.
Yes. Which is a
And it's-
very common piece of like psychology about death of a loved one. Incredibly common, especially if your loved one has been suffering for a long time.
The reason why Pyramid Head, right, like exists in the story is because Pyramid Head is the Punisher, right? Like you cannot defeat Pyramid Head except in the final battle. And Pyramid Head has effectively infinite health, right? Like whenever in the original, I don't know about the remake, in the original Silent Hill 2, Pyramid Head cannot be killed by you. How much damage you deal to him doesn't matter, right? Like it's all timed and shit, all the battles against him. So the thing is essentially, this is like a creature that James has created for himself to serve as a punisher to relieve him of his guilt, right? Like he just follows him forever.
I mean, I would read that
Promise
more
of
as a
pain.
manifestation of his guilt rather than like a punisher. That this is
The actual term that they utilize in the design documents for the game is the Punisher.
okay. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yes.
fair
Because
They
James
say
has,
he
James has
symbolizes the promise of pain.
yes,
That was what
that's
actual
why he has
character.
the pyramid head.
Yeah, that's what the character designer of Pyramid Head said about the design. He created it to represent the promise of pain.
Cute.
But yeah, it's James seeking to punish himself, basically, right? So it is guilt, but it's a specific kind of response to guilt, right? It's a desire to suffer for your sins.
Yes, yes, and I mean this is me being a little bit of armchair psychologist here,
Mhm.
Because humans are such incredibly pattern-seeking beings
Mhm.
that if we don't have a story to connect things in our head between why we are suffering or why we are rewarded and what we have done, that creates its own extra sense of anguish, and so humans will create new stories to manage that. And this to me reads as a manifestation of that James's wife was terminally ill. It is not really anybody's fault that we can see in the narrative that James' wife dies so young. He cannot accept that partially because of this innate human drive, but also because of the masculine need to take responsibility for things that happen and to be in charge and to be empowered. And so his failure to keep her alive, despite the fact that would have been, fully fucking impossible because she was terminally ill, is something that needs to be punished. He needs
There's
to
also
suffer.
the very important plot line with Maria, right? Like, who is this person that shows up in the story that looks exactly like a hypersexualized version of his wife, wearing a mini skirt, all this kind of stuff.
The
right?
leopard print, yeah.
She's a
Yeah. So the
stripper.
thing about this is
Literally.
that like there's a DLC for the original, right? Like not or an add-on, so to speak, for the original Silent Hill 2 that as far as I understand, hasn't been added to the remake, right? It's called Born from a Wish, right? In which you actually play Maria, who just like wakes up one day in Silent Hill, right? So yet again, spoiler, plug your ears, Maria is the final boss of Silent Hill 2, okay? So the thing about this is that we get basically confirmation there that Maria is a version of his wife conjured up by his desire, so to speak. Like the thing, this is like the kind of thing that he wanted his wife to be, right? Like that he kind of feels guilty for wanting, right? Like that's basically, she's like literally a fucking
She's
succubus,
also,
right?
however,
Like, that's what's
very
going on.
alive. It should be noted, right? You could interpret a lot of the themes here as more than just James being very horny. It could also be that she's very vivacious, right? She's very lively.
Fertility
Yes,
fertility is the opposite of death. Yes.
No,
Exactly.
she also is like she also is like spontaneous. She wants him to do things. She wants
She's
to
a manic
actually
pixie
do
dream girl
activities
in a
with
way.
him, right?
Yeah. She can do activities with him, right? That's a big part of it. But Silent Hill 2 is especially inseparable from its masculinity, right? As a
There's
story.
very few games that are at the same level of like man coded than Silent Hill 2. Right? Like I will say
It's
maybe
rare
Lisa.
in horror.
Fucking
actually.
Lisa
Yeah,
is
there's
like
Lisa.
up
Yes.
there, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's honestly kind of funny that it is, I would say, so in some ways more masculine than a lot of hyper masculine fantasy games, like like Gears of War and stuff like that.
It's because it's about actual shit, right? Like I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, Gears of War isn't about masculinity. It's just like.
Well, it's about. I mean, Gears of War is about like the most obvious thing for a mid-2000s game to be about. Imperial overreach.
Yeah.
That's what it's about, like, which is pretty masculine, but it's not as insanely masculine as like feeling like a failed husband.
Yes, it's also not like.
You mean if the like these themes are like 100% intentional, like 100%. Like if you even asking yourself, is this intentional? Yes. The answer is yes.
It's not only is it psychological horror, It's Japanese psychological horror.
I
Not
will
only this,
actually.
like, I mean, what I said in the chat before, Silent Hill 3 is basically, if you break it down, a coming of age story. It has like a few quirks to it for young girls. And as a nod to that, one of the unlocks after you beat the game is a magical girl outfit for Heather, because magical girl shows usually are also coming of age stories for young girls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was just going to say, Sheik, if I am often a relative believer that people will accidentally. Geoff, let's do Army of Two. Let's do Army of Two. I'll fly out to your place. We'll play Army of Two on console on stream. Even if an authors will fairly frequently unintentionally hit on deeper themes, because it turns out that give Kara a shout out. It turns out that people are kind of. It's actually very difficult to like talk for any extended length of time without telling on yourself as a weird freak and pervert.
This is actually so true. Like, there's so many, and the weird thing is sometimes you can actually tell with authors, because like sometimes I read something and it's like, dude, this guy is just like, he's not intending this. He's telling on himself right now.
Yeah.
Dude, he's doing it. This is like, because we talked about her last stream. Like, this is like exactly what J.K. Rowling does in her shit. Her entire, this weird kind of like hyper-consumerist, kind of weirdly strange race fascism kind of shit in her stories. That's 100% her telling on herself.
Yeah, she
There's
really.
no way this is intentional.
Her defense for anti-Semitism is that it's good that Jews control the banks. Like
they're
I'm
really good. No, that they're really good in it. So like, let's just let
really
them do
demented
it.
person. Really demented person.
Like demented as shit, dude.
But to more to the point on Silent Hill, and particularly in Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 2 is really, really. Also, Kara, I have something to DM you. Remind me to DM you. I'll put that down my to-do notes. But Silent Hill 2 is blunt. It's Silent Hill 2 is not a subtle game. It is not a subtle game. It is not letting itself. It would be very difficult for the game to not be about these themes and to not think about it. Oh wow, I thought Nano would not be available at all today. That it's very explicit. I would even say Silent Hill 2 is heavy-handed. And
see, here's the crazy thing, right?
Yeah.
A ton of its audience did not pick up on any of that.
Oh no, I go insane on this front. Like goodbye, Kara. We all love you. We all love you very much. I got one of Kara was in a collab and was like, who's this Almantas guy? And I was just like, I'm one of the old men that she collects like Funko Pops.
Dream of dapper old men jumping over, I don't know, walls in video games or something.
Over barrels.
Over barrels.
But yes, it's I did not think Silent Hill 2 was subtle. I thought it was, if anything, blunt to the point of being kind of annoying.
It's just like, I will say, like, a lot of the skill to actually read media in that way isn't very common.
No, it's not.
It's like, and I could say that this is a complete failure of the education system. Like, it's actually...
Well, I would say there's actually something more amusingly deep at hand here. Also, hello, Eclipse Bun. There's something a little bit more amusing here, which is like the gendered angle on it is extremely heavy. And it's not that people aren't aware of the possibility of a gendered angle. It's not a lack of education. Yeah. It is an education that trains them to deliberately not look for it.
I would say it's half education and there's another sociological origin for this.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it's actually crazy. There's like, can I tell you a stupid anecdote recently? So I've played this game on stream in my last few streams. It's called No Skin. You've seen it, right?
A little bit. I'm
So
trying to remember.
I had
Yeah.
looked at analysis of new skin online, right? Or like no skin online. And so the thing about this game is that one of the biggest symbols that it has is like the triangle, the red triangle that is pointed down.
Okay. Yeah.
And they call this kind of thing there's like the red
She cut out. She got assassinated. Did I get assassinated? Chat, am I here? Mikks, can you hear me? Okay.
Hello?
There we go. Okay, that was
There you
Discord.
are.
That was
I don't know,
Discord.
that was Discord 100%.
That was Discord.
Yeah, so the thing about this is like I looked at these analyses, right?
Yeah.
And it is fairly obvious to me, right? Like that this entire story is like quite clearly about some kind of weird fucking pregnancy shit, okay?
Okay.
It's because so the upside down triangle in red is clearly supposed to be the female reproductive system, right?
Okay.
Because
Okay.
it also calls it the red room where everything began, right? The womb, so to speak, right? Not only this, there's a red room you can go into the actual game, and there's like a character in there called the son of the skinless man. Why would the son of anybody be in the red room? Because it's the fucking womb. And no one that I watched picked up on this shit. And I'm just looking at this and I'm like, what the fuck? Right? Like, everything else was like kind of analyzed to some degree, but this, like, everybody just like fucking the eyes glaze over or some shit. I don't know what's going on there.
I am yes, I would yeah, it's not even like subtly unstudied. There's like an unstudied element to it, but there is an element particularly in I notice this really strongly in gaming culture. Like if you go to gaming from having been in other parts of media analysis, gamers, not necessarily game journalists are not particularly good with gender, but gamers as a community, particularly like the YouTube reviewer types, actively, deliberately, obstinately ignorant of even the level of gender studies that most people get to by the end of 3rd grade. Like, that is a level of not picking up on gender that requires active skill. Like, it is no
They're very
selling.
against
Yeah.
understanding anything other than a very particular set of themes.
Mhm.
I'm actually glad that people kind of finally understand that the Bloodborne haha period blood is not actually a fucking joke, dude. Like that was actually an upwards battle if you remember when that game dropped.
Part of that is because every fucking like popular reviewer who has done Bloodborne has basically gone, this game is about women. And when everybody is saying,
I'm not sure I would say necessarily it's about women. It's just that it uses
it's a viscerally feminine game.
the female adolescent experience as like a metaphor for humanity's coming of age.
It is a viscerally feminine game.
I guess.
Right, that's what I mean.
It's not wrong.
Right. That game is not masculine. It is feminine. It is a feminine game. Most horror is feminine to some extent, but Bloodborne in particular is very, very feminine.
I just find it funny that with Bloodborne all the fucking memes are just true because pale blood just representing semen is probably even correct. So there you go.
Of course. It's not even difficult to like grasp, right? But Al has not played Bloodborne.
Yep, it's true. It's true. I actually just want to take a brief note for Mikks and Nagi's sake and long-term Almantas fans' sake. Bodega was doing a first-time play of Dark Souls today.
Oh yeah?
She is about 10 times better than me at it.
That's not surprising.
Yeah, it's not surprising. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I was 10 times better at you at than you at Dark
At
Souls.
you than at Dark Souls.
Look, woman, I've been up for like fucking 14, 16 hours now, something like that.
I'm fucking sick, okay? Like I have like all kinds
Yeah,
of
I've
medication.
I've rolled out the hospital into my stream. All we need is Vine, who's still recovering from surgery in here. Well, yeah.
But yeah, no, dude, like Silent Hill 3 is fucking goated. It's the best one because it has like really cool sound design in my mind, and it also has the best enemy design, in my opinion. And I like how it's constructed. It's like it does more with its core theme, where like Silent Hill 2 is kind of like in its setup very simple in a way, right? Like you don't need a lot, right? You just have like the guy and the pyramid head and the succubus, right? And then you just let this play out, right? I think there's a little bit more going on in the third game, where it just kind of like unfolds itself in a way. I really like the weird ass pervert that is sending you fucking like, you know, the pervert notes. I remember that shit. That was fucking funny. But yeah, no.
The Silent Hill 3 definitely has more concurrent storylines going on than Silent Hill 2 does. Silent Hill 2 has like what, 3?
Yeah, I mean there's also like Eddie and
oh yeah, Eddie.
What's her name? Angela?
Angela, I believe, yes. But I was considering that's what I was thinking of as the third.
Yeah,
What
so Eddie, like
third?
the other storylines in Silent Hill 2 are very easily explained with the themes, right? Because you have Eddie, right, who is this like kind of like overweight guy. He's like socially awkward. He doesn't have any friends, and you learn that about him. And he realized, and his thing while he's in Silent Hill is he kind of realized that the way he can assert himself is violence, right? Like if he just like is violent to other people, they will respect him. Right, that's how he gets his respect.
Shockingly good critique of American culture. That like if you're not good at being man, why not gun?
Yeah, no, if you're not good at being man, why not gun? It's like it's this story about like how he was disrespected by even a dog, and then he shot the dog, right? And he realized when he shot the dog that was his power, that he could just assert himself with violence.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Angela, which is like, she was clearly abused by her father, right? Like, and she's trying to get over that.
We are chunking through these kanji now.
I think her guilt, I don't remember her storyline 100%, but it's something about she burned down the house, and her mother also burned in the house. Everybody died, right? And she did not care, right? Like, because her mom didn't save her or whatever from her dad. Like, so her actual guilt is not caring about the death of her parents, right?
For the most part, what it feels like the main like tissue of Silent Hill 2 actually is, which is also an aggressively Japanese theme, I feel, not caring about the thing you're supposed to care about, and not caring about it in the way you're supposed to care about it.
Not having the emotions you should have, not having the control of your emotions that you should have.
Feeling relief instead of grief when a loved one dies. Feeling escape and when your mother dies because, you know, you were trapped in a bad situation, right? That sort of stuff.
It's like with Eddie, it's more like not being horrified by the fact that you're killing people, right? Like,
yes, these are relatively common themes. I've seen these quite a few times in other Japanese works, horror and non-horror, right? They're pretty common, actually. So, like, specifically, like the non-conforming psychological reaction is like the thing going on there, right? Which is like a really interesting...
That's the most Japanese shit, by the way, that I've ever heard. But like,
yes.
Well, putting in terms of conformity as opposed to, I think it's also very like Mikks said, it's very common in Western themes as well, because it's also a very Christian question, right? Like that's often how we cast villains in Christian media, is that they are people who have inappropriate reactions to certain emotional stimuli, right?
In both of these cases, right? In both of these cases, it is more philosophical than it is like cultural. It's more about the morality of it than anything, right?
Mhm.
It's so Japanese media has this concept, especially like Japanese media for adolescents, right? And Silent Hill is not for 30-something. Silent Hill is for like
It's for the kids.
16-year-olds, right? Or at least Silent Hill 2 is clearly for 16, 17-year-olds. It's for adolescent young men, right? Predominantly. That is who the target audience of this game is, right? But it's horror media, so plenty of girls played it too, right? The thing that's very interesting about the concept of justice that gets thrown around in Japanese media, right, is that you will often see this sort of like subversive storyline play out, where a character believes themselves to be a champion of justice, an ally of justice is the term that is usually used, and they're obviously just an asshole imposing their own opinion on everybody else, right?
Yeah, classic.
Because justice cannot be subjective. If you are just, you are right, so anything you do must be right, or else you wouldn't be an ally of justice. So how could you be an ally of justice if what you're doing isn't right? Right? It's this weird circular self-justifying logic that is really common as a point of criticism, right? It's like this sort of almost nominative determinism of you're called a hero, so you must be heroic, right? Everything you do must be heroic because you're the hero, right? You see this sometimes in like very, very modern media now of critique of like main character syndrome, right? Of you see this in Isekai.
Isn't it
example,
crazy,
right?
dude, how the main character does all the fucked up shit, but we still
I
like
swear
it?
to God, woman.
I don't know, I'm sorry.
So I will admit, like the media that I was thinking of for this was Paranoia Agent.
Yeah.
Where the Shonen Bat is casting himself as the avatar, as the embodiment, as the ally of justice. And to me, this read as a not particularly subtle jab at the police in the series.
To some extent, yes. It's also in that particular case, it's also a very specific reference that you probably didn't pick up on.
Almost certainly not. Yeah.
To Ogan Bat.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I mean, yeah, I definitely did not pick that up. No way in hell was I picking that up. Come on, man.
Ogan Bat is one of the first superheroes, like, in the world. It's a 1920s Japanese papercraft theater character.
Oh, hell yeah. I love papercraft theater.
Right? So, and one of the first anime characters, period. Right? Very interesting. But that's what Shonen Bat is. That's why it's Shonen Bat, even though he has a bat, right? That's what it's a reference to.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that's a jab at the police. The police calling themselves allies of justice is something that Japanese media creators, right? Authors often criticize. You also see this a lot in historical fiction, where it's criticizing the shogunate.
Yeah.
Because it is quite arrogant to call yourself the ally of justice, right?
Yeah.
Seiki no Mikata, right? Because you're just basically saying, I am righteous. That's what you're doing. Right? You're saying my cause is righteous.
Of Justice, Catastor, and Yu-Gi-Oh! That's an archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! Allies of Justice.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I am not, so thank you. But yes, yeah, that's you were thinking of Mouthwashing.
Mouthwashing is a really good game.
Mouthwashing rocks. I might need to replay that so I can think about it a little bit more deeply. But yeah, it is kind of an interesting thing that I feel like almost any game you can look at and find an agenda in it that is often quite interesting. And it's really kind. Oh, hello, Vine. Vine literally talked about pulling you into here because the other two VC chatters are sick. We could have had three sick people in chat.
I'm still recovering from my sickness, the one that I got while I was visiting you.
Oh, wow. Wow.
It's because every time I go to New York City, I get sick. And it is because in New York City, the air quality is very different than what I am used to.
It's terrible.
And it just fucks up my sinuses terribly. And then I get post-nasal drip and die.
yeah. Terrible air quality here. But yeah, the hard up is the I think I got this wrong. I did. I almost had it right. Dang. So one of the ones that I always thought was really interesting is looking at SimCity's agenda. Because SimCity has actually a really straightforward agenda that is honestly really funny because you can see it in the design documents. Which is how cool car-centric design is. Yep. And one of the ways that you can see this in the design documents of SimCity is they did look at what actual cities look like that do car-centric design, and they decided that they could not sincerely and accurately represent car-centric design for car-centric municipal planning, because if they did so, the entire city would just be made of parking lots. It would be really boring to look at.
Yep. Gosh.
So
no truth in television there.
Such a thing could not be real.
Yeah, we in order to make this look like a city that people want to, we have to have like disappearing cars. But one that's actually a little bit more fun because it's more interesting and more textured is what the hell is the agenda of Doom?
Animal rights.
Animal rights.
Animal rights and fucking science. Don't know.
It is deeply
ethic. There's some scientific.
It is deeply
ethics
about shocking and making fun of the conservatives of their own era.
Oh yeah. Well,
it's very much about that.
A lot of video games are about this of their own era, right?
Yep.
So
no, dude, it's actually impossible to parody conservatives now because when they look at that shit, then they are actually just like, no, but we don't care. Like, we're just not even.
Or they get very, very angry about it, like they did with the Superman movie that came out recently. They got very upset about that movie.
Yeah,
I don't fucking understand, man. It's like just fucking take an L on the Starship Troopers thing. I don't understand.
It is very frustrating to me. The lack of dignity involved is very frustrating to me. Like,
I'm convinced Ben Shapiro's never seen a Superman movie, nor has he ever read a Superman comic.
How could he? That would take time away from podcasting and not having sex with his wife.
Yeah,
that takes time.
Right?
It takes time to be that bad.
Yeah, that's true.
But
his wife is a doctor.
That man is a clown. Like, I'm glad that he gets made fun of like the clown he is these days.
My favorite Ben Shapiro meme is the one where he's like, "Hey liberal, this is my persona. Tell me what you think of it." That's like my favorite one.
My favorite Ben Shapiro meme is the liberal, could you please explain the plot of this movie to me? I did not understand it. I did not take liberal arts when I was in university. I was too busy podcasting. I don't know. I hate that guy. He's a dipshit.
He's a dipshit. He's deeply embarrassing. I'm actually very disappointed that one of the few times that a liberal did actually want to debate him, he never took them up on it.
Oh no, of course not.
Which was Abigail Thorne wanted to debate him.
Yeah.
I will say one thing. I wonder how long it will take before he'll get cold feet, because you know that there will come a point where because he is Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to kind of like take a step back and be like, okay.
I will say that I am very impressed with the fact that even Nick Fuentes did that recently. That Nick Fuentes was like, okay, guys, let's
the actual Nazi, yes.
Yeah, the actual Nazi, the C tier Julius Stryker being like, "Whoa, let's pump the
That's-
brakes on this one a
This
little
is the
bit."
problem here, is that some of these guys, right?
Mhm.
They're dickheads, but they're not completely stupid. They have like some semblance of a functioning like brain, and some semblance of functioning judgment and self-preservation instincts. And a lot of the other guys, the ones who are being pushed forward more and more, just don't. They just don't have this.
Oh yeah, let's just think about it, right? Like, who do you want to be in Assault Group A?
Yeah.
Like,
The guys with self-preservation, or the guys. I mean, I guess that depends on whether you want Assault Group A to get in there and stay stuck in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, and you know, there's another phrase from the military theory standpoint. Sorry to get all military history filled because I'm military history
Because
filled
you
like
are
crazy.
military history filled
Like crazy these days. The concept of the probing attack. You know, use disposable units for your probing attacks.
Yeah.
And it's generally bad for morale to put the people who aren't already suicidal in the suicidal attack units.
Yeah, Nagi. You should use disposable units to attack with.
Shut the fuck up, dude. I hate it here. This is not that fun.
Nagi doesn't like not having an entire army of the strongest dudes.
Oh.
I will dispose of you, I swear to God.
Archvarian, welcome in Raiders. Hello. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I swear to God, my handwriting is actually usually good, but we are doing some kanji practice because I fell behind on kanji practice, and so I'm catching up on that. And I have been joined by my friends Mikks and
Hi.
hello, and Nagi Quetzali.
Can you write Nagi? Can you write that? Just for. Can you do that?
Yeah. I can do that. In kanji or in calligraphy?
In kanji.
In kanji? Okay.
In kanji calligraphy.
He's gonna have to look up the fucked up kanji that you.
No, that one I remember. I remember it now because it's crazy. I remember
because it's so fucked up. Yeah.
And then it's. There we go. There we go. It was your first time playing it. Excellent. I actually have not played Blueprints. I know it's a game that people want me to.
Not
Yes, it is.
how it's written.
Yeah, it is.
That's not how it's written.
What's wrong with it?
You gotta write Nagi.
I wrote Nagi.
I don't like it
Nagi.
anymore.
She doesn't know that. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know the magic of Tokidoki and Hitobito. But yes, I'm glad that you had time with the blueprints. Oh geez, we got people doing fighting gaming discourse in chat, and I'm not keeping up with it at all.
Are we?
Not discourse, but just checking. Hello, Starboy. Hold on, let me do this correctly. XX1 underscore Starboy underscore 1XX. Excellent name. Yeah, this is my normal handwriting. This is my good handwriting. But yes, I'm glad they had a good time with Blueprints. If you would like to raid and run, I will not stop you at all. I tend to raid out when I am tired and cold and hungry. So I do not blame you at all. XX1 underscore Starboy underscore 1XX. I think it's actually really fun to say people's full names, including all of the underscores and grammatical markers. It delights me. It's a nice tongue twister.
He even does it for me, and we are personal friends.
It's true. I think the worst one I do it for is Xanadu.
Oh yeah.
Xanadu is a nightmare. Absolutely. Absolutely. If you want to stay here and co-work with us, feel free to do so. We have mostly been discussing Silent Hill and gendered theming and political agendas in gaming.
And so one thing that you were working on there, that you were saying, was one of your prevalent pieces. Yes. You are awake right now, unfortunately.
Fuck!
But so one of your philosophies that I've always found very interesting is everything is deep.
Yep. Depth is the default.
Right.
Sometimes things are shallow, but it requires a certain amount of work. Yeah.
And so something that I wanted to talk about a little bit, and I probably shouldn't stay too much longer. It is pretty late for me.
Roger.
But one of the things I wanted to mention was that I really do think that people are quite, as you said, uneducated against, right? Uneducated from a position of being able to recognize that depth, right? Regardless of whether or not it is the intent of the author. That's a completely different conversation, right? Like, being able to analyze the author's intent and whether something was intentional in their work versus whether you're just reading it in their work, right? Whether it's present is not the same as whether it was intentional, right?
Yeah.
But one thing that I find very interesting is specifically how much of a author's personal voice works into their art, their writing in particular, and how much of that is something that they discipline themselves out of, right? Because I know in nonfiction writing, it's actually fairly important to be able to do this to some extent. To not just color every single thing that you write with your judgment and opinions of that thing. Right?
Yeah, because if you do that, then you get to become David Graeber and become famous.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
You're just editorializing the whole time, right?
Yeah.
Basically, right?
Yeah.
I must be. Who's David Graeber?
David Graeber is a anthropologist. He is perhaps the only legitimate celebrity anthropologist that world history has ever had. He died in 2020, I think. He was also he was very politically active. He was a politically active anarchist in the UK and US. He is most famous for Debt, the First 5,000 Years, and The History of Everything, which was published posthumously in 2021. He is so fucking bombastic. As a writer,
Dead is that book that
so ridiculous how
university
he's actually really
freshmen
obnoxious. Yeah,
and are like, oh my god, my life has been changed. It's that book.
Yeah, he's often a rather insightful writer. He does massively overstate his claims from the evidence he has available. It's massive
for the life of him. Stay. I don't.
He can't rein it the fuck in. He can't say circumspect.
He can't rein it the fuck. Everything is just like the fucking.
It's all maximalism.
Bomb to end all bombs. Yeah. It's maximalized.
So he's like the Guy Fieri of.
That's actually a really good way to put it. Actually, yeah, he's the Guy Fieri of celebrity anthropologists. Yes.
Yeah. He is. And he's. I don't even think he's wrong all of the time. I do think there are places where he is wrong very frequently. Ryle, thank you for the follow. There are some places where I think he's wrong pretty badly, and History of Everything is just rife with things where he'll be like, we don't have evidence that people did not do X, therefore they definitely did do X. And it's like, that's not how evidence works, man. Not how evidence works.
Oh my god.
This is one of my favorite, fallacies.
We do not have evidence that people didn't secretly fly. This is impossible.
I can't prove that this is wrong, therefore it must be right. It's one of the funniest leaps of logics that a person can do, right?
I will. Yeah, no, it's a ridiculous one, and it's particularly obnoxious in. I found it very annoying in History of In the Dawn of Everything.
I just was not impressed by that book at all.
There were moments where
audacity.
I appreciated it for leading me to some really good arguments that totally different people made. The argument about Roman freedom was really good and was also definitely not original to their work because they cited it in a proper footnote.
I do think Dead is quite good though. It's bombastic. There's a reason why university freshmen love it.
Yep.
and it changes their lives forever for 2 years.
Yeah.
But until they, take a 202 course. But I do think it is actually quite good. It I think that one deserves at least some of the hype that it gets.
The one that drives me nuts from Graeber, the Graeber book that drives me nuts is Utopia of Rules.
Oh God.
Utopia of Rules is his attempt to explain bureaucracy, and there's a huge problem. So first of all, he's trying to explain bureaucracy from his pretty anarchistic standpoint, which I am generally okay with. I am generally fine with this.
Yeah.
The thing is that he just gives up on studying anything actually true or empirical about bureaucracies as soon as it requires him to do anything other than just be mad about his department getting in his way.
Yes.
It's just him, he's trying to make universalizing broad arguments and use his field work, but it's very obvious that he's just mad at his own department. It's really annoying. It really sucks. And then all of a sudden, the last third of it is a completely barely related series of arguments about Batman and Star Trek that actually rule.
Yes.
The Star Trek one's really good.
It's Batman?
Yeah.
Yes, actually. Yes.
Actually, it's really
Batman.
good.
Would you like to explain this one to Nagi?
The Batman one I remember a lot less well, but the Star Trek one I remember very well.
The Star Trek one is funny.
The Star Trek one's really funny. So here's the thing, Star Trek. Star Trek classically is conceived of, and I'm talking about the original series here. Star Trek TOS is very frequently conceived of as being a kind of parable about the Cold War. That the Klingons are the Soviet Union and the Federation is the United States, or at least, and the First World, right? We've got this. The Federation is this United Nations. You might even say this alliance, this federation, this United Nations of different cultures that have this big collaborative...
The Federated League of Space Nations.
Yeah, this big confederated league of space nations that have lots of negotiations and lots of mutual representation and mutual interest, and they are more concerned with scientific discovery and curiosity and pushing boundaries of seeing the world. And the Klingons are more staid and uniform, and they're much more concerned with violence, and they're deeply paranoid. And these were common American perceptions about the Soviet Union. That the Soviet Union,
Soviets.
Yeah, that the Soviets were violent and paranoid and trapped in a series of rituals. And these are things that are have partial truth to them, but it was often kind of self-serving bullshit about America.
It's also definitely something that America itself was guilty of in the time. This is the one area of history I know anything about.
And so the argument that David Graeber makes that is really funny is, why don't we ever see any political activists inside the Federation? Why is there nobody inside the Federation who's I am opposed to the terraforming of planets, or I used to be opposed to the terraforming of planets when I was in college? Why do we never see that? We only ever see people make minority rights arguments. Every political dispute that is internal to the Federation is made on minority rights arguments. They are all, this would benefit Tellarites, this would benefit Vulcans, this would benefit this, that, or the other ethnic minority inside the Federation, or ethnic majority, really, because Tellarites are kind of a majority in the Federation, whatever. And he makes the point that this is actually kind of how the Soviet Union works. Then the Soviet Union, you can't make a sincere, straightforward political argument during the 60s and 70s. That was something you couldn't get away with. Because any sincere political argument that's just on political grounds runs afoul of you becoming a fucking apostate. Because then you are casting it as a question of interpreting Marx. And that's just too fucking dangerous of ground. But what you can do in the Soviet Union is you can make an argument from the perspective of Belarusian rights, or Kazakh rights, or Uzbek rights. That if you are a member of a of one of the SSRs, you can make an argument that it would benefit your SSR to do X, Y, or Z thing. You can make the argument that it benefits or denigrates Kazakhstan to become a massive cotton exporter. Spoiler alert, it turned out horrible. But you can make those arguments on the basis of your national identity and your national allegiance and the forwarding of individual SSRs within the context of the Soviet Union, but you can't actually make an argument that it's just a good thing to do on its own merits, because the only way you can make that argument is to make the argument that everyone else who opposes you is betraying the revolution and betraying Marxist thought, and that is not a fight anybody wanted to pick.
Now, well, this is an extremely funny interpretation, and it's a very interesting way to think about it. Mm-hmm. It's pretty clear that the reason why you mostly see activists involved in minority rights disputes is because that's what the showrunners were very concerned with.
Yep.
The showrunners were exceptionally concerned with the civil rights movement and with the rights of women and minorities in the United States at the time. Yep. And they used their platform to advocate for this as much as they fucking could.
Yep. And it's like the one that's very obvious to us in the 21st century. And if you look at later Star Treks, you will see a difference on this one. But in TOS, you would pretty much never see anything that would be struggling with or competing with or really criticizing the police. And there's a very stupid, simple reason for that. Which is that, oh my god, I forgot his name. He was fucking everybody. The showrunner. What's the showrunner of original Star Trek?
Roddenberry?
Roddenberry. Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah, Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah, Gene Roddenberry hung out with cops.
Yeah.
Like, he hung out with cops. Like, he was cool with them. And
he was hanging out with the pigs. What the fuck?
Yeah, he was a journalist. He was a beat journalist before he became a sci-fi writer, and it was this is less common now, and it's probably part of the reason why Americans are so uniformly hate the cops these days. But journalists, when there was a more respected profession, would very frequently do ride-alongs with cops. This was part of like doing the beat.
This is a stock character in a lot of fiction from the 40s and 50s.
Yep. And like this was a mutually beneficial relationship for both the police and the journalist, because for the journalist, this gets you in the action. This gets you close to stories. This gets you sources.
Which gets you legitimacy.
Yeah. This gets you legitimacy, and for the cops, this gets them friends among the in public perception,
who will advocate for them, right?
Or at least not look the other way when the cops do something wrong, right? This is a mutually beneficial relationship. And so anyway, Roddenberry was relatively comfortable with the police, so criticism of the police doesn't really appear in TOS in the way that you start to see it in DS9 and Lower Decks,
especially DS9.
Oh yeah, DS9.
DS9 had some shit to say about that. Nagi has never watched a single Star Trek installment, so we're just talking right over her head right now.
DS9 rules, folks, including Nagi. DS9 absolutely rules because the showrunners did not understand anything about gayness.
They stole my apes.
They did not understand gayness, and so
no, they really didn't.
So they had a set of characters, Bashir, who is a doctor, and Garrick, who is a tailor. And Garrick is a tailor, and he is a member of the whole plot of DS9 is that a empire has been forced to unoccupy one of its imperial holdings. And that former imperial holding has a transitional government. That's what DS9 is about. It is about basically the UN peacekeeping mission to a transitional government. And so the tailor in question used to be a spy for the former imperial government, for the outgoing imperial government. And it's pretty widely suspected that he is a spy who is barely hiding what he is doing. And he is befriending the doctor. The Starfleet doctor. The extent to which the tailor is trying to fuck the doctor is overwhelming.
And of course it's the tailor.
It's the tailor. It's of course the tailor. And it's one of those things that I absolutely love is that like they've asked the actors about it afterwards at fan interviews, and both of the actors are like, absolutely, that is what was going on. This was absolutely about unrequited homosexual lust. And it's also very clear that the director did not notice. Because he was really homophobic, and he did not know that that's what was going on.
Yeah.
Because he was too much of a homophobe to notice.
But it's like this weird thing. I don't understand how the most homophobic people they can't see their shit. They're like they hate the shit so much and they can't see it anywhere.
Well, I mean, we see this. The people, these types of weird homophobes. Are like, well,
have a tendency to be extremely literal.
Yep. Extremely literal.
That is my experience, and it was like the really hardcore homophobes, not like the softcore, like
Yeah.
Why are you so gay, showing your emotions and stuff?
Oh my god! Look at the gay shit, dude. Oh my god!
Having close male friendships as a man, gay, right? No, we're talking about like the really hardcore, like ideological homophobes.
Mm-hmm.
They tend to be incredibly literally minded. Probably because they don't understand what love is.
Coming right for the jugular on that one.
Right?
I mean, that's possible.
That might be true. These people are just like damaged in ways. I don't know.
I will say that, like in the 21st century, who we see as the people who I think of on this front. Hello, Pickles, Little Dill. Are the transvestigators?
That's such a good name. Oh yeah, the transvestigators are such fuckwits.
Dude, that shit's so fucking funny. They're like, what was this last time? Like, there was like somebody being transvestigated. There was like some Republican.
The funniest one to me by far was The Rock.
That one was really funny too. Yeah.
So for people who might not know about this, because this is frankly qualifies as a minor corner of the internet of absolute fucking lunatics. It's
kind of like conspiracy theory.
It is conspiracy theorizing. It absolutely is. There's a community of people online who think that the world is being ruled by a secretive conspiracy of trans people. And that
as far as I understand it, the conspiracy is that there's a satanic cabal who might or might not be the Jews, who actually will give you great power and influence in the world if you become transgender.
That's actually a much more succinct explanation than I was going to manage. Yes.
So a lot of people that are famous and shit, they're just like, they have taken the deal from the devil Jews or whatever the fuck, right? Like, so
the devil Jews.
That's the Jews, right? Like the devil Jews. And so it's fair game to like investigate everybody basically that is in any way publicly notable.
Yep. It is extremely strange. Thank you for that, Mikks.
Devil Juice, your favorite monster at the moment. You know what? That would be like.
Sorry, I'm allowed to make that joke for reasons that I won't get into right now. But
that would be an amazing band name too, Devil Juice.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh god, yeah.
Come on, man.
Oh god, yeah. But yeah, so the transvestigators, it's very QAnon adjacent. And there's a lot of what makes it really interesting to me, and the reason why I bring them up is I know quite a few trans people, and their thoughts on what the indicators of transness are really insane. And
the transvestigators are? Yeah.
Again, The Rock is the funniest one. It's like looking at Dwayne The Rock Johnson and being like, only a person born with a woman, only a person born with estrogen could possibly have The Rock's shoulder width. Famous trait of people.
Yeah,
who are
famous trait of women.
You know what they're doing now? They're counting the fucking skull notches.
They are
That's what
the
they're
skull
doing
notches.
here.
The transvestigating is like literally like the skull notch counting. Actually,
Yeah,
it's
it really
so fucking crazy. Like, and this seems to be what the target of the new Nazis are. So more than anybody else, more than fucks like me. I'm just gay. But I'm also like white and rich. So apparently I'm okay as long as I don't say anything too lib coded, right?
Yep.
Yeah, just stop being woke, bro. What the fuck?
Not that that seems to be possible for me, but I think that's asking an unfair amount of me, actually, to ask me to stop saying leftist thing.
Yeah,
But,
it's something, man. It's something. We are going
these
into the
guys,
ads.
they're clowns, yeah.
I am actually going to take the ad break this time, and then when we come back, I'll be doing actual calligraphy. I didn't mean to close that one. I meant to close that one. We'll be right back. I will actually run us to the ads, so that I will not expect Mikks and Nagi to entertain you folks for the next 2 minutes. We'll be back in a few minutes. We're back. We're back. We're back. Spin snake spotted.
Yes, I've been telling... Oh, speaking of which...
Oh, do you want me to... what's going on here?
No, nothing. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Are you getting... Okay, I know what you're doing. You're dropping the water.
That water.
I think we're doing C1 today. I was going to write two content creators who I really like had important things happen. Yeah. Spin Snake, thank you for the follow. There we go. That's what's going on.
Spins.
It's the Spin Snake. Spin Snake, important snake of spinning. And Archbarian, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yes. This would be Mishi Molly. Just did 2
in
years.
a year,
Mhm.
Spin Snake is gonna be more famous than any one of us. It's gonna be insane.
Spin Snake for president.
I'd vote for him.
Spin Snake for
It's gonna
Of
be
Surgeon
any
like
given
that-
country, any country, by the way. I don't care what country.
Any
It's
country.
We're
gonna be
talking
like
about.
that one Black Mirror episode where the character becomes president.
How could we possibly know how fast everything was spinning? If Spin Snake wasn't real, we would have to invent him.
True. Sushi
That's
no
definitely
Ko.
like my favorite like meme philosophy quote to overuse.
Yeah, it's pretty good. No,
It's
I'm not
so
gonna-
dumb. It's I am definitely abusing it.
I sometimes am very tempted to quote Lolita.
Oh, okay.
I need you to imagine us, dear audience. For if you do not, we do not exist. Right? For without you, we do not exist, I believe is the actual quote. Right? But the fucko says that one, right? Because it's one of the gross seductive things that he says to you as the audience.
Yep.
To try and manipulate you into seeing him as the protagonist.
Mr. Cadzola, yes, welcome in. I think that my model artist, hold on, let me put it in here. My model artist Sensational did a really good job. And yes, Ryan the Space God, welcome in, and thank you for the 1 month. As mentioned,
It is a really nice model.
yeah.
Dude, what I really liked about your model is when you look down and then just look forward with your eyes, you look like Ganondorf. That's my favorite.
I had been thinking about trying to adjust the parameters so I look less Ganondorfy, but if it's, I guess I won't. I guess I shouldn't.
No,
Dude, you
dude,
should can
you
you
don't
make
understand.
Can you make your skin gray so you look like Ganondorf? Can you do that?
I was-
Actually, you could probably tint the skin gray and the hair red and just go Ganon mode, right?
That would not be hard.
Almendorf.
I had been talking earlier about thinking about future audience. Manendorf. That's really good. Hold on, I need to add that to the spreadsheet. Hold on. When somebody makes a really good pun on my name, I have to add it to a spreadsheet because I'm actually really bad at coming up with my own puns, so I have to steal them from
Can
everyone
you
else.
put Almaniac on there?
Almaniac. Sure. I just need to grab the right spreadsheet.
There's also, of course, Almantas.
That one's been proposed. We haven't done it yet. Yeah. We did briefly kind of. Me and Kari tried one, but it was actually unparsable when tested.
Yeah.
Because me and Kari should not try to come up with things that influence audiences because we're both like way too abstract and high concept. Like we absolutely make each other worse. We absolutely definitely make each other worse on that one.
I am more familiar than anyone with this. Yes.
Yeah. Where did I have it?
The Almanac.
Dude, you could be like one of these stupid Yu-Gi-Oh! GX characters that comes in and has like a deck themed after themselves where you're like, I play Magnet! And then you play the Magnet rather than it detracts other things from your deck or whatever. Dude, that would be so cool.
Manendorf is really good. I can probably do that one.
Yeah. Every time I see your name, I just think it's Owlman, the animated series. Every single time I see it. Allman, the animated series.
But Wilburn, I actually am punching up what
and
you said.
And now I cast Al Mortar, and then you just shoot a mortar. Dude.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to punch it up to all Manendorf. The Anendorf is really important in Ganondorf's name. Almentos is pretty good. The dumbest one that I haven't even started working on is El Muntas.
Yeah.
With the globe. That's the dumbest one that I really like.
Ailmantas.
Ailment task. You just like have ailments.
I can do this literally all day, and so can Kari. So
fucking ailments.
Oh, see that now you're making me. Yeah, that's yeah. Put me in the Pokemon tournament. All I do is just like cast
Dude,
status effects constantly.
I have to fucking play Mira in the Pokemon tournament.
Mira has been conspiracy boarding.
Oh
Dude,
no!
Mira has made like a fucking stream where she was like fucking conspiracy boarding about like, oh my god, this is how we're gonna beat the snake in a Pokemon.
She spent the first hour of her stream today just going
to fill in
completely
anybody
off
who
her
might not be in on the insider baseball of my friend circle. Nagi has been in a pretty long running Pokemon tournament.
Yeah, the VTuber Pokemon Draft League.
A VTuber Pokemon Draft League. It's a whole league, yeah, it's the speedball. It's the speedball. Also, I need to refocus the camera. She has been taking this extremely seriously. Nagi is taking it very, very, very seriously.
Dude, I'm just saying Mira is taking this more seriously than me. Like, the amount of information that she has absorbed in her brain, because she didn't have any experience. I'm mostly coasting on me already knowing what I'm doing. She's like fucking sitting there studying this shit. It's insane.
That girl is fun to watch learn. I always say this. It's like one of her best traits as a performer. She is fun to watch learn things.
I really
get to
like
see her like progress
really
in real time. It's great.
I am a big fan of Mirabelle. Yeah, there's a VTuber Pokemon League. Nagi, Digico, Mira. I forget who else is in it. Those are the three I can't remember.
Nagi,
Retro
Digico,
Riona.
Mira, Retro Riona, Karin. We have Takako.
Oh yeah, Takako's in it. Duh.
A few other people that I don't know super well.
Yeah, I forgot about Takako. Yeah, there's a VTuber Pokemon League. It's an exhibition league, right? It's not like the highest level of competition. It's like they literally like ban some
Almost
strategies
everybody
because
is
they're
a
too
beginner.
boring.
There's a couple people who aren't beginners, Nagi being one of them, but for the most part, people are beginners, right? They're relatively new.
Dude, I've been playing like an absolute bozo in all my matches, and I still won. It's like, what is happening? Dude, last match, like, I'm not gonna go into the details because like it's competitive Pokemon, it's nerd shit, but I was making this entire fucking strategy, right? And then, like, first turn, my opponent does a move and it completely ruins me. And I'm like, oh, god damn it, now I have to actually play the game for real. Fuck
Freya. Freya's also like
Freya Guma.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's not playing,
though.
hosting.
She's the host.
Yeah, here. Do you mind if I post the Twitter link in your chat?
No, you can do that. You can do that. Absolutely. Go ahead. It might help people contextualize.
Yeah.
And anyway, I'm obviously not involved. Yes, this pet is lovely. The original design was by Nocturnal Ash. The actual pet drawing and rigging was done by Toffee VT. I should make sure.
Pretty good Neopet.
It is a pretty good Neopet. Not gonna lie, is this your closed species?
I don't know anything about Neopets. I didn't play Neopets. I was a little bit old for Neopets.
So was I. My sister wasn't though.
Gotcha.
Did I played Neopets for exactly one day, and then I realized that this shit was a scam. And I didn't play it anymore. I was like, I played this for. I was like playing this shit, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I can just give me stuff. What the fuck?
Yeah, that sounds like you. No, it is really cute. I like how expressive the eyes are. It does the Spider-Man thing.
I do love it.
Yeah,
I do love it. Making me feel like my eyes are too small. Like it's making me feel like a little bit insecure. Congratulations.
Your eyes are a normal size.
Yeah, I know. And like they're normal size, and then they're on an anime guy.
Yeah.
Right, like it's crazy.
I mean, you're very clearly a certain genre of anime, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm merely just joking about how expressive the
Yeah, it's true. It is quite expressive.
Yeah. Anyway, no, I'm not like actually like I don't actually feel bad. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, folks. I am very happy. I am very happy with the work the Sensational has done. I am.
I really like the suspenders. The
suspenders of rock. I mean, people who have met me in real life know that I have a preference towards suspenders.
I usually don't bother just because I'm usually like, I don't wear the entire 3-piece. I just wear the suit vest, right? Suit vest with the pants, right? Typically.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't usually bother with suspenders because they can look a little bit awkward in that scenario, right? But I like them a lot because I'm a dork.
Oh no, I mean that's exactly why I like them. Yeah, it's like I want to enhance the dorkiness.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I think I may have used the wrong side. I think I have written. This is
why is the T higher than the others? Why is the T not down to the
because
line?
I fucked up. That's a mistake.
What the fuck?
Fucking visual artists, I swear to God.
that is a mistake.
I mean,
see,
this is
R.
The R from congratulations also, and then like the spacing is not correct, and the R is too large, and then it's all fucked, dude. I don't.
Thank you, Nagi. I actually really appreciate this because I will like say like, oh geez, I made like a mistake, and other people are like, what are you talking about? I'm like, oh no, I definitely did. So I go a little bit crazy.
No, dude, I will tell you right now how to improve this. Okay, like not saying that I could do it because I can't, right? But the spacing of these things is not great. The actual sizing of the actual letters is incongruent. Some of them are not on the line, and some of them could be more straight. Like the longer lines are kind of crooked.
It's so brutal. Gothic is so brutal, folks. If people are thinking about learning calligraphy, Gothic is actually a really brutal script because of the demand of straightness and the fact that the actual motions that you are doing when you are writing are twists because of what your muscles do. It is so easy to make mistakes in Gothic, and it's so obvious when you do. And see, there's a mistake right there, but it's of a different order, which is I didn't...
Oh, you mean me?
Get enough of the... Thank you.
Oh my god. It's like from a different order entirely, like the greatest mistake of all time.
Yeah. Pretty much. But that said, the other mistake here is that it's almost 1:30 in the morning, and I really should be asleep. So... I'm gonna have to crash out. Thank you for having me on, Al.
Thank you for stopping by.
It's always good to see you.
Always a pleasure to have you on, Mr. Mikks. And have a good night. Please rest well.
Let's chat again soon, all right?
Absolutely. All right, let me change the stream info. No, and let me shout out
Mikks, the stream pigeon.
Stream pigeon, the stream buncho. And see, the bigger mistake that I am much more worried about right now, Nagi, is that I am pretty sure that for the letter that I am intending to write, I've used the wrong nib size. My spacing, I think, is going to be wrong. On, like, the macro scale spacing.
My god, you fucked it up. It's all over.
It's all over. It's all over. It's all fucking over.
My god, he fucked it up.
Gothic is an obnoxious script. A lot of these mistakes are a lot less apparent if I'm doing Batard.
Who came up with this shit? Like, who came up with
medieval monks looking to increase their wages. And yes, vow of poverty, but woo hoo hoo. You know. But yeah. The stream serpent has been in this Pokemon League. I think that the League format's pretty good.
Dude, I like the Draft League. The Draft League is good.
The problem with the Draft League, from my perspective, at least in terms of Pokemon, is it prevents me from making any of the Pokemon teams that I actually want to make.
I mean, you can't, like, so the issue is that in any competitive format that is worth playing, you couldn't make a team of 6 Diglets. It's just prevented by the rules, okay?
Yeah, just literally prevented. It's not even because it's bad. It's because it's, like, literally illegal.
Yeah, it's called Species Clause. You can only have one Pokemon with the same Pokedex number. So there are several Pokemon. Like, for example, I have Ogerpon, right, in my team. But it's decided that Ogerpon's different forms count as different picks. So if I pick 2 forms of Ogerpon, I could only play 1.
Okay. Yeah, they won't let me. They will not let me Diglett myself into that hole. Yeah. I am full of rage at this. See, this one's too low because I am being very, very lazy on this one, and I am doing the light through method, but for this nib size, the X height is 1.5 lines, which means that there's a certain amount of guesswork. But I really do not feel like writing a million pencil lines. Sheik, have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. It was nice to have somebody studying the anthropology about a subject I actually know something about, as opposed to somebody coming in here and talking about Pokemon, a subject I know nothing about. But yeah, I kind of want to do a VTuber like Trench Crusade campaign.
Dude, that's gonna be even worse, dude. That's
Oh, yeah.
way harder than playing Pokemon.
Oh yeah.
It's over.
It's over. It's over. There's no way.
Can I be the court of the 7-headed serpent?
How could I stop you?
Because I'm the serpent. You know what I mean?
I mean, just like objectively, like, how could I stop you? That seems extremely reasonable as a request.
Maybe somebody else would play it.
It would be really funny if everybody just showed up and everybody played court. That would be really funny.
I am the covetous serpent, so I must be like the circle of greed or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess isn't Black Grail also greed? I forgot.
I forgot. I don't know. I only really care about Sultanate. Trench Crusade is a miniature skirmish war game set in a sort of alternate fantasy World War I. That's kind of the gist of it.
It's kind of like demons are real. There was a portal to hell opened in Jerusalem by the Crusaders who did some shit. And then there's like demons now that come out from there and try to take over Europe.
Yep, and we are 800 years...
There's also an alternative hell portal somewhere in the north. I don't know how that one got started, but that's like so the Norsemen have something to fight. I don't know. And then you have like the Catholics fighting that shit, and then there's they creating like fucking superhumans by feeding them the flesh and blood of the Meta Christ. Who is the Meta Christ? Do not ask. it's one of these things that is not entirely explained in the actual story, but there's like multiple meta Christs that have existed in this setting.
And eating pieces of Metachrist give you a certain amount of resurrection juice powers.
It kind of turns you into a super big, kind of like fucked up creature that only works. It's kind of like some Nephilim shit, okay? Like it basically turns you into a Nephilim, but it only works sometimes. And sometimes it makes them into special Nephilim, and sometimes it makes them into uber super special Nephilim that are basically like OP tier. Those are known as paladins or whatever.
This paper is not cooperating with me today.
I don't know why they are called paladins. I don't know where Charlemagne is in this shit, but like that doesn't make any sense to me, man. Like I don't know. The matter of France is in this now? Like what?
It is it is Steel Ball Run. Metal Christ, for those who are out of the know, are fucked up clones of Jesus. Yep. Because cannibalism is important to Catholicism.
It's actually not sure that this is the case. Like the actual like official material never states what the Metachrist actually is, right? And this is specifically because they don't want to actually dictate you any kind of backstory. You just like decide this for your own campaign.
There's some things we know about the Metachrist, right? There's some things that we know that like have to be true, right? Like you have to eat them.
You have to eat them. They are like the one story we know about the Metachrist has them in like a really bad condition, but this could also be because of ritualistic practices or whatever. They're never really described like what they look like.
I'm still working on 40k lore.
Screaming?
This lore is cooler.
I don't know, man. Like it depends, right? Like 40k lore is kind of like, how should I say this? Okay, how should I say this? 40k lore, kind of bad.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of bad. There's certain books that certain authors have written that are decent, but I will be honest. What the world of 40k isn't actually fucking interesting, and everything that is interesting about it is presented in the worst way possible or like completely ignored, right? Like they're just like, oh yeah, no, so it could be this way, but actually it's the stupidest version of it. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Stop.
I am still very annoyed at the way that they've changed Tau over the years to go from like ambiguously utopian to just being like, oh yeah, this is just like another fascist hellhole. It's like, well, then like, why did you bother making them? Like, what is this? Like, why did you bother? Like, why did I bother getting up? Why did I bother learning this game? Like, why is any of us here?
Anything? No,
why did I not just read some more nonfiction? Like, why did I not just like watch paint dry?
Where they do this stuff that is like kind of similar to what Trench Crusade does, where they throw out all this shit where it's like, oh yeah, the space marines, they're the coolest fuckers. They're like doing like all kinds of fucking battle monk shit in their battle monk cloisters and stuff, and all weird kind of ritualistic shit. And then you realize when they actually get described, it's not even true. They don't do that at all. Right? They're just like some randos that are just like soldiers that prepare for war all the time.
That's,
and you're like,
yeah, that was like the most disappointing thing to learn on the planet, that like all of the like religious and spiritual elements of the Adeptus Astartes are just fanon. That's like pure fan fiction. It's like, oh.
No, it's not pure fan fiction. It's that they throw out these kinds of things where it's like they do all this stuff. They just state that they do all this stuff, and then in no story that has ever been presented, right, they actually do it. They never fucking do it, dude. Like, it just doesn't happen.
They just prepare for war and are the coolest, bestest boys.
Not only that, it's like in some cases, like with other stuff, it kind of actively contradicts what is actually stated about them, like, and what they're actually doing. That's actually contradicts itself. It's extremely strange.
It's I get pretty tilted about it.
It's not the greatest. Also, the game is trash.
I mean that's clearly the part that I get tilted about.
That's the worst part. That it's the most famous miniatures war game. It's also the worst one by far. Like
I actually do not know a worse one. Like
I don't know one either, and I know a lot of them.
So Art Barbarian, this is like my kind of hot take. This is like my nuclear hot take, is that like on the scale of hobbies to get invested in, Warhammer is not actually expensive. And I admit, like, I am doing calligraphy, which is like authentically a cheap hobby. Like you're talking like $10 a year on a calligraphy hobby if you are not like really crazy about it. Like $30 to start up, and then like $10 a year for maintenance. It's like, this is a cheap fucking hobby. Like the spending guide on Reddit comes up with like $100 to spend on calligraphy supplies for startup, and it involves like multiple points. Like, I don't fucking know, man. Like, you can just go crazy and buy this stuff. Like cars, guns, watches, guitars. Massively more expensive. Photography, good lord, photography.
Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. Same with videography. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
You're done.
The VTubing is moderately expensive. I would say medium expensive for a hobby. For a business, VTubing is very cheap. In terms of business startup costs, VTubing is actually really cheap. But in terms of like hobbies, it's kind of expensive. So I'm just going to talk like through my logic on this. Nagi is way more hardcore than most people I know about minis, but among people I know who are not super hardcore about miniatures, who like play miniature wargaming and particularly play 40k, 40k is an expensive one. Hello, Zrekrill. Is expensive compared to other mini war games because Games Workshop knows that they can upcharge people because brand. Most people I know who play it will spend like 800-ish on their first year, and then like $100 to $200 a year pretty much every year after that.
I mean, I would say that like the biggest part of expenses for me is actually supplies. Right?
Oh yeah, because you have really particular tastes. Yeah.
I don't care about like fucking playing this game. I really don't give a shit. I want to like create some cool stuff, right? So, it's actually supplies, right? It's all the paint, all the different technical things. There's like an infinite amount of shit that you could possibly purchase for this painting hobby, dude. And this is kind of like the same with any kind of art hobby. This is like, dude, if you are into canvas painting, right, like acrylic or oils or whatever, same thing. There's an infinite amount of shit that you could buy, right, at any given time that would make some stuff easier, or maybe give you access to some different technique, right, that you could try out. And after a certain point, I just become accustomed to having certain luxuries. And to me, if you told me, okay, you have to start out with miniature painting or whatever, right? And what do you really, really need? The truth is, what do you really need? You need like a paintbrush, a set of paintbrushes that isn't bad, right? You need like 7 max, right? And a pot or 2 pots. And you need the paints and, of course, the model, right? And for the paints, you need, like, let's say 25. That's, like, a good starting, like, 25 different hues, and you'll probably do well, right? Dude, oh my god, dude, I'm gunked up today.
Brutal. She's dying.
Brutal! can't even speak, dude. But no, so, and that's kind of like the minimum, right?
Mhm.
But the issue is, for me, right? I look at this shit now and I'm like, yeah, but I want to have access to all the paints that I want, so I need at least 200 different hues, and I also want like mediums, so I at least need like 5 to 7 different painting mediums, and I want to use my airbrush because not having an airbrush is complete trash. So I need an airbrush compressor and an airbrush and all the fittings for that and all the scenes for that, and then I need like an airbrush medium and airbrush different kinds of stuff, and then on top of that, what about having different paint types? Yeah, I want a selection of different kind of acrylic ink, right? Like that I could at any point like mix my own stuff with the ink, right? And then on top of that, now we're going insane, dude. Because acrylics is not the only kind of stuff that you could use in miniature painting. You could use wax-based paints, enamel-based paints,
Yep.
oil-based paints, right? Like, it just goes fucking insane, dude. The shit goes infinite, man. And then on top of that, it's like, then you realize that actually painting is only half the battle, because actually preparing the model for painting to the highest possible finish is as important as you painting this shit. So then you're like, okay, so I need what? Sanding sticks and diamond files and polishing sponges and fucking different grading and cutting tools and all kinds of fucking shit, dude. Like this is, and this is so real, dude. And then we go into, so I wanted like a nice little fucking presentation base for my stuff, right? So then I need like in scale sand and dirt and bricks and like stamps, so I can stamp out leaves that are in scale with the actual fucking things. I can glue the tiny little leaves onto the base, and then on top of that, there could be possibly maybe I need like some texture rollers for it.
Yep.
It never ends.
Yep. This is what gets you. This is what gets you. Like I am painting. I have less than 25 paints, I think. I think we can do an audit. I think I'm still less than 25 total. And a couple of them I never use. And because I am a scrub, right? I am a scrub. I'm a slattern. I am a weakling.
I actually did a stream where I showed people all the supplies I have for miniature painting. It took like 2.5 hours.
Incredible.
This shit is like, it goes infinite. It goes guillotine, dude. It's forever.
Yeah, no, this is the thing,
paint.
right? Like there's never a top, right? There's never or never a bottom, depending on your perspective. But anyway, what I was going to say about particularly 40K, just because I find this kind of funny, there are people I know who spend like $10,000+ a year on 40K.
Those
do you know how they
people are
spend it?
insane.
Well, do you know how
How?
they? I mean, I'll let you take a guess. How do you think a 40K player spends $10,000+ a year? What are they spending that money on?
Just sell an army and get a new one?
Nope. All right, Barian has it. It's hotels. It's hotels and plane tickets.
That's fucking... Dude, I'm gonna tell you something right now. If you play Warhammer competitively,
Mhm.
you're deranged. I do not want to hear any arguments about the validity of this game in a competitive sense. It has none. You're deranged. Shut the fuck up. This is... Fuck. Like, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. It's like such brain cancer, dude.
It is really, I don't know. This is me and Nagi are on the hater train right now. I'm usually the nice guy, but when a game is like really, really popular in a category and it's really bad, it does drive me a little bit nuts. And
Dude, it's I say this all the time. It is Rackham that cursed us. Rackham could have prevented this, and they fucked it up. They killed themselves.
And I mean, it's I mean, the one that I'm going to say something that I know will make people upset here, because I've said it before and it made people upset. I am driven continuously insane by the fact that the Civilization series is by far and away the most popular turn-based strategy series, and it's awful.
Oh, it's awful.
And the thing is, like, the thing that actually makes it popular is like the very thing that makes it bad, which is that the AIs in Civilization are so incompetent that they are not actually your opponents. They are resources that you are waiting to harvest at a later point in the game. Like, that is... And, like, I am flabbergasted by how stupid and bad they made the combat for... Like, they went from doing death stacks to doing doom carpets. But the way that they implemented 1 unit per tile was specifically designed in such a way to make it so that the most brain-dead player can outmaneuver and absolutely slaughter a seemingly infinite number of AI opponents, because the AI opponents do not understand and refuse to comprehend how to use ranged units in the game, and ranged units are insanely overpowered in Civ 5 and Civ 6 because of design decisions that they made. And this is entirely to stoke the ego of players and make the game incredibly easy in an incredibly boring way. Sorry, I get kind of heated about this, because it's like the turn-based strategy world is not that big and is not that deep and is not that healthy, and it is still very easy to find better games than Civ. And there's a similar thing with 40K. You don't even have to go outside of the Games Workshop ecosystem.
Dude, what? Age of Sigmar is a better game than 40K.
Yep.
Like, dude, what are we talking about? But like, every single other thing they have is better than 40K, dude. Fucking, like, Lord of the Rings strategy battle. That's better than 40K.
Oh, hello, Beazle. Hello, Beazle. Yeah, the one that I lose my mind about is Battlefleet Gothic. I fucking love Gothic. And I don't think Gothic was particularly well made competitively, but I think it had the bones to be a competitive game. I don't particularly like Stellaris, but I also haven't played Stellaris since like the first year after it came out. I will say that my issue with Stellaris, the reason why I never really got into Stellaris, is that it kind of is the worst of both worlds between space 4Xs that I actually really like Sword of the Stars and Endless Space 2. It kind of doesn't do anything as creative as those two. And it's also doesn't have the thing that I love the most from Paradox games, which is that Paradox games are radically unequal strategy games. I really love how asymmetric Paradox games are. And I find Stellaris too symmetrical. But that's like, I don't know. That's like those like aesthetic complaints, right? Like if you don't mind that kind of like strategic symmetry, and if you like what Stellaris is doing, like I don't really have like a real complaint. I just kind of prefer Endless Space 2 and Sword of the Stars in the space side, and on the Paradox gaming side, I prefer Victoria and Crusader Kings. I do have pretty positive opinions on Crusader Kings. Have a good night, Bullshine. The rulebook pushing is a kind of interesting thing, because that used to be like way more of a thing that many games were like circumspect about. And like I've been Conquest pilled the last couple of days, and Conquest like is pushing updates like crazy. They push updates really aggressively, but also all of the updates exist entirely online, so they're not like. I remember when it was like
Honestly,
you had to get FAQs
the real
from
truth
Whitelord.
is that I feel physical rulebooks are kind of like outdated a little bit.
Yeah, that's kind of the core of
like
it.
having that is kind of stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the issue is that Games Workshop cannot give this up because their rulebooks are incredibly overpriced, and they need to get that money, though.
They are running a business for a profit. They
They're
are running
running it for way too much profit.
I'm kind of curious about their financials. Like, because normally, right? If you had asked me most of the time, if you had asked me like almost any other, if you had asked me about a business I knew less about, I would be like, well, they're doing a bunch of expensive shit, so they need to make things high priced in order to afford to do the expensive stuff that they're doing. But like, I know that they're charging way more for similar stuff as like Atlantic or the Trench Crusade guys or Corvus Belli or Parabellum. And like the miniature sculpts are generally higher quality. I just kind of have to confess that the miniature sculpts are generally higher quality in from Games Workshop. I bet especially in Sigmar. Those are some crazy good sculpts. But like the rules suck. They're not actually making good or interesting rules. They're not really putting that much into like the tournament organizing side of that. Like that's done by third parties for the most part. Like, what are they spending the money on? Everything they do is a little bit more expensive because they are doing it like very confined to the UK. They're doing like a very like all UK production chain. They're using very little outside of UK production, and that's going to drive up costs in a bunch of different ways. But like, I don't know. I'm curious as to where that money is going. Especially because the answer...
my conspiracy theory is that they kind of wanna... They're kind of done with this shit. They kind of want to be a multimedia empire instead.
Yeah.
They're gonna bank on whatever series they have cooking with Amazon popping off and becoming the new MCU or some shit. I don't fucking know.
That's not a bad one. My conspiracy theorizing is a much more basic type of conspiracy theorizing, which is that they're just really fucking bad at managing money and somebody's embezzling. Now I made a spelling mistake. I'm gonna have to start over. Actual spelling mistake. Have to start over. Might start over with a smaller nib though. Might do that. Because I think a lot about one of my websites of choice, Something Awful. People wondered about the financials for years. And it turns out that the guy who was in charge of the money, Richard Lotax Kiyanka, was just lying about the financials to everybody's face. The site was like, he was talking about the site as being like nearly insolvent, and it just wasn't. It was just doing fine. He was just full of shit. D&D is kind of an interesting one on this front. Oh, hey, Mikks went to bed. I can talk shit about D&D without it getting yelled at by him in the DMs. But the D&D tabletop role-playing games just don't fucking make money. They just don't. They just don't. How many like actual professional tabletop designers are there on the planet? There's like, it might literally be Vincent Baker and like 3 other people. Like we're like single digit numbers of people are like making money actively off of designing TTRPGs. Like even the Lancer guy is like, I think he's losing money on it. Like it does not make money. And so like the fact that like D&D is not so much a like business that sells role-playing games so much as a branding that is used to extract money from Larian Studios, because they do good work and Wizards of the Coast does not, should not be too surprising. Also, by the way, Nagi, how are you feeling about the new Magic the Gathering?
Dude, listen. I don't even know what the fuck Magic the Gathering is doing no more. I don't give a shit about it.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
care. I understand that like they're pretending that this is like actually fiscally really good for them. But this game is trash. I refuse to interact with that shit. I don't care.
Okay. Because the newest set was amused the shit out of me, in a bad way.
Dude,
I'll
it's
actually say it.
literally fucking Fortnite over there. I don't give
They're
a shit.
Fortniting it up. Yeah. The newest set is The Office.
Like, serious?
Yeah. Yeah, like the TV show.
See, that's what I mean. Like, I can't even tell. It's...
The part of it that like struck me so much was like I thought people were shitposting because the way that I saw it was a card that was Dwight's secret weapon stash. And it was Nagi. The effect that Dwight's secret weapon stash is search your deck for target artifact and then shuffle and put it into your hand and then shuffle your deck.
Uh-huh.
How much do you think it costs?
So Tinker costs 2 and a blue and is one of the better cards that has been
Yep.
printed in the history of
Yep.
Magic.
Yep.
But since we are actually like power creeping really hard, it probably costs like a blue or whatever.
A white.
Okay, a white.
A white. A white
So
for like
that's
a really powerful tutor. Like
what fucking Stoneforge Mystic on steroids, right? Dude, I don't even what is this game anymore, dude? Like I don't fucking
I wonder if they're trying to just like kill like they just try to see like how far they can push the game before it just like fully like breaks from a business
Dude,
perspective.
I just don't want to play a game that has cards like this. I don't care. The flavor of Magic the Gathering is important to me.
Mhm.
And the flavor of modern Magic is different than of classic Magic the Gathering, and that's fine, right? Like it's it's changed, but then they changed it into fucking Fortnite, and I don't want Fortnite. Fortnite tastes like shit, dude.
I am mad that I am like I don't know if I'm mad. I'm just like amazed that Fortnite got Daft Punk back together.
It's pretty crazy.
It's pretty crazy. Like I was like one of like that was like an art of that was like a moment in history that like was like a dividing moment in like all of pop culture history to me was Daft Punk breaking up. And I'm like, damn, it's like the era when I am even capable of paying attention to and caring about pop music is just completely over. It's done. And then like Fortnite pulls it back in. Admittedly, Fortnite might be like the single most powerful cultural force.
Dude, the real truth is trading card games are just like completely imploding. Because for example, yeah, Pokemon trading card game has always sucked. The game is trash, right? Like it's not good to play. It's tragically terrible, right? The entire thing is, it's just fucking stonks now. Like everybody just fucking like beating each other up at Walmart or whatever over Pokemon cards. Like what is happening, dude? Like stop it. Fucking stop this shit.
It's Americans love to hustle. And we are all living in America.
According to Rammstein,
According to Rammstein, we are all living in America. It's wunderbar. Coca-Cola. Wunderbar.
Brabbity babbity.
But yeah, it's financially motivated at the forefront. It's hold on. Fortnite. The thing that winds up being the funniest to me about Fortnite, like not this is like a small funny thing to me, and it's like it's like an old thing before Fortnite was so known for tie-ins. Was like the sell point to my understanding of Fortnite was always that it was player unknown's battleground, but you get to build buildings in the middle of combat and like change the terrain. And that's
the fucking building mechanics are so stupid.
Yeah. That's like that's like an interesting gimmick. I'm interested in seeing where that goes. And then like they did such a bad job at it that most people I know prefer to play it in the no build mode. And it's like, okay, so like you played Player Unknown's Battlegrounds and then added a mechanic and then you took that exact mechanic away. So what are we playing? Say what you will about Apex, at least there's movement. Come to the Almantas channel where I talk about games that I don't play. A lot of people will never forgive Apex for exactly that reason, Chakra. I'm sorry, Shashra. That's a very common opinion. I don't share it because I don't actually have an opinion on.
Oh my god! I'll be right back. I must abandon you for a second. It's very important.
Okay. We're being denogged. We're snakeless. We're going to Ireland. So building a system was going to be wasted. So yep. Hold on. Yeah, I am very curious to see if there's like a way of doing. Oh yeah, compared to PUBG. Okay. Okay, I was like compared to Apex. I was like, really? I feel like Apex is pretty fast and punchy. I feel like Apex is quite fast and punchy. Yeah, no, you're good. I just got a little bit confused on that particular one. And I mean, like, I mean, the people I know who were into PUBG were always kind of into games that were like a little bit janky and messy, just in general. A lot of guys who like historical shooters. I think I need to use a slightly different technique here. I think I need to use a slightly different technique here. But yeah, I've played a fair amount of Apex. That's the battle royale I've actually played the most of. I haven't played it in literal years at this point. But I did enjoy my time with Apex. It's not a game where like I look back on and I go like, what was I even doing here? I definitely have a lot of games like I look back on. I'm like, why did I bother? Hold on, I'm gonna. There are a lot of games in my life where I'm like, why did I bother? Why did I pick this up? Why did I come here? But Apex isn't really one of them. I've mostly had a fun time playing Apex with my friends.
Kabababa.
Welcome back.
I'm back. I'm back.
She's back. By popular demand, the snake is returned.
So I'm drinking water. I was ordered by the doctor to drink water or I'll
Good.
die.
Good. I support the doctor. And yeah, I don't know. The battle royale formula is something that's not like super duper appealing to me.
Did they put the Binding of Isaac in Fortnite?
They
They
did?
put it in there. Yeah, it's in there.
That's strange. I don't know what that's doing there.
It's because of Edmund Macmillan.
That doesn't help me. The one that throws me the most is that I've seen so far from the Fortnite collabs is the Avatar: The Last Airbender. There's just something so strange about watching Aang, the Last Airbender, shooting people with an AK. It feels very off-putting.
Ba, 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 ba.
Blah.
Blarbity. Blarbity.
Kratos doing any emote is always good. The Fortnite actually did have a really fun controversy this last week. They got really good. They were doing a collab with a cape show called Peacemaker. And they took an emote. They made an emote in the game based on a like salute dance that people do in the universe.
Isn't it like some fascist shit?
Yes. The one of the big reveals of the series is that this salute thing is from an alternate universe where like
everybody's a Nazi?
Yeah, where everyone's a Nazi. And like they don't reveal that everyone's a Nazi like when you first see it, and so like yeah, Epic just like they just put in the swastika salute, the swastika dance into their fun kids game.
We're talking about like politically dubious shit, dude. So I decided for October, I want like to do some spooky readings on my stream, and I'm gonna be reading some classic internet horror stuff. In addition, I also probably do a reading of House of Leaves, the book.
That's a long one, yeah.
But I will be starting off probably on Wednesday. I'll return to stream, and we will go into the Interface series. Have you ever heard of the Interface series?
Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? Come on, man.
So the Interface series is one of the classic internet horror series that exists. It was posted about 2015-ish, and it became so famous because the format that it was posted on was the Interface series is a series of 100 posts exactly, right? That existed around 2015, where a guy by the name of Mother Horse Eyes, right? Like that was his name, right? He made a Reddit account, and he would just like mostly respond. Sometimes he made his own topics, but very rarely. He would mostly respond to other people in vaguely related topics to the post that he was gonna post. And then just fucking like posted some fucking insane conspiracy shit. like fucking like insane ass ramblings under that. And it was literally something like oh yeah, if you consider this kind of stuff, right? Like the interdimensional travel, right? Like, and then so and basically the thing is, if you look at his profile, all of these posts together would form a narrative. And that is the Interface series. To this day, the author of the Interface series is anonymous. We do not know who wrote it.
Good for them. That's commitment to the
So
bit.
that's like a classic piece of internet horror fiction. Because we don't even definitively know that this guy didn't just take like LSD as he actually says in the posts and did hallucinate this shit. But I am pretty sure that it is like literary fiction. So that like from the way it's written, right, it reads like literary fiction.
That makes sense to me. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, that's a cute format. I think that's a cute format. Is it any good?
I have checked out a few posts. It's pretty decent.
Okay. There's worse out there.
It does this whole thing where it like spoofs this insane conspiracy rambling shit. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the Temple OS guy postings, right? Like,
yeah. I know Temple OS.
Yeah, you've heard of him.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like
that's about when I kind of stopped paying attention to these kinds of things.
That you have kind of like this weird thing where they do delve in a lot of common conspiracies over the years, right? Like it goes from like there's like QAnon, Black Hebrew Israelites, LSD unlocking your mind, right? Like to like some deeper truth of the universe, fucking Holocaust, like weird shit like that happened in World War II, the Japanese secret project, there's like like MK Ultra, of course, right? Like all kinds of stuff, right? Like there's like so much, and to the point where there's like one post that is just about how Michael Jackson didn't commit suicide, right? Like it's all kinds of fucking random, all kinds of random shit, and it's all connected, dude. Like it's all fucking connected, of course. It's important.
I like that.
Then there's like biblical, like the Nephilim, right? Like that's in there. Biblical conspiracy, right? Like there's like so much shit, dude.
Well, of course.
It has its own. It's basically structured in there's like several narratives with several different characters, like that things happen to that run parallel and get concluded at some point, and they're sometimes achronologically told.
Mm-hmm. That makes perfect sense to me. You gotta keep that achronicity. Achronicity. God, that's the hello Cheesily.
Hey Chisella. Chisella.
Chazelle, Hassel. I don't know. I mean, it's God. Yeah, I don't. This is definitely like the sort of thing that I don't tend to get very involved in because I'm so old school, right? I'm so fucking old school that I'm just like, no, I want just give me a traditional narrative. Just give me a traditional narrative that is published in a book. I saw a post that the real generation divide is between people who won't watch a video that could have been an article versus people who won't read an article that could have been a video.
No, this is not a real thing. I was talking about a fictional series.
I know it's a
right?
fictional series.
Like,
yeah. I know it's
no,
fictional.
but like in chat, they're saying, right? Like that. It's a fictional series, right? Like that's about conspiracy shit.
Yeah. This is a fictional series. Yeah. This is. I mean, it was actually written on Reddit. Like it was written on Reddit. I'm assuming, right? It wasn't just like somebody didn't just like write a book that they then said they wrote on Reddit. They did write it as a series of actual Reddit posts, but like that's not actually like that exciting, formally speaking, or at least like not like unbelievable. It's not like that difficult to believe. There's not like a high barrier of entry to becoming a Reddit poster. They even let VTubers post on Reddit, so like it clearly can't.
Dude, I don't fucking post on Reddit. It's like, holy shit, dude. What would happen if I did that?
I post on Reddit. I post on Reddit under my VTuber name. And have gotten.
What the hell do you post on Reddit?
I answer questions on Ask Historians sometimes.
You think people do people come from there and watch?
I don't
you?
think so. I don't think I've gotten a single person from Reddit. I don't think I've gotten a single one. I've gotten people from Goodreads, which is by far the funniest one to me. That one's the funniest one to me. But
Dude, fucking QAnon is insane, dude. I don't understand that shit at all. Like, it's insane. Fucking weird ass shit.
QAnon is, man, like, I remember the moment I learned about QAnon. I remember it very distinctly. I was talking to like one of my more like conspiracy theory pilled friends. He doesn't tend to believe in them, but he's like really interested in tracking them, and sometimes he believes in them like a little bit more than I particularly like. And like we were at a train station. I even remember the specific train station. I'm not gonna say which one. And it was snowing. It was around Christmas, and he was telling me about QAnon. And he was like, "These people are so cooked, dude. Like these people are cooked." He didn't use that phrasing because that phrasing didn't exist yet. He was like, "Yeah, these people are losing their minds. These people have like completely lost the thread. They are like, they think that there's some sort of like super secret government agency that is communicating with them over 4chan."
Oh man, dude. The deep state. The deep state is doing this shit.
And like it's so, yeah, also on eBay. Yeah. Arparian, if you're not familiar with QAnon is a conspiratorial milieu in the United States that is centered on a poster on 4chan who just kind of posts cryptic sounding nonsense. And then
he pretended to be like a guy that has Q clearance, right? Like he has nuclear clearance in the US government, right? And has insight into US government affairs. And he was like going on 4chan, posting information about the US government that's clearly fictional, about like some weird ass secret government organizations that are not known to the public, right? It's that kind of stuff, right? And people believe this shit.
No, people really believe this. The really good video about it is the Dan Olson video about flat earthers, which in classic video essay form says that it's about one thing and then twists it's actually about another thing. It starts out being about flat earth. It's primarily about flat earth, but it winds up being about QAnon because by the time he made the video, flat earth as a conspiracy theory had functionally disappeared because all the fans of it became QAnon folks. And it wasn't a deranged 4chaner. I want to be clear here, Arbarian. The person, we're pretty sure we know the exact person who was the 4chan guy because this person was like doing right-wing podcasts appearances, and he would occasionally open up tabs that were Q posts that hadn't been posted yet. So it's like, this is the only person who could have possibly had this. It's just like, this is, and it's almost certainly that guy. It's not a deranged 4chaner. It's a right-wing culture war grifter. Like it's a right-wing political operative, which I think is a pretty different valence. They weren't posting so much what they thought was true. They were posting things that they hoped would become true by posting about them. And weirdly, they got a guy in the Italian mafia assassinated. That was weird. Yeah. So the thing is, like, they're like the QAnon posts are they're like apocalyptically vague, right? Like they're not actually, like, a lot of them are nonsense. They're things that like you interpret, and so a lot of what they were doing and trying to promote was a series of conspiracy theories that Hillary Clinton and a couple of other people were like harvesting children's corpses in underneath a pizza parlor in DC. And it turns out that that's vague enough that some guy interpreted that as being that like the US government is actually being run by the Gambino crime family. And so he went and just like shot a member of the Gambino crime family. Like,
Just shoot a random man.
just shoot like a rich Italian American. Like, very strange.
Yeah, Pizzagate, right? That's what they call it.
No,
Pizzagate.
the Pizzagate was the one that was about like there was like the Comet Pizza in DC was
Wait,
actually
this
like a child
happened
abuse
twice with
factory.
the pizza, dude? Like, what the fuck? They have this. They have this weird idea that children are being like stored in some restaurant basement and being tortured for whatever reason. Like, it just keeps happening. It's just like some adrenochrome shit too. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I
it was
think-
like you torture children.
That's like the classic conspiracy theory of like this kind of like is an anti-Semitic thing because it's kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
like
It's an adaptation of the anti-Semitic
it's kind
blood
of
libel.
an
Yeah, yeah.
adaptation of the blood libel thing, right? Like that they
Yeah.
say about how children, like the blood libel, for those who don't know, is like an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that there's Jewish traditions in which they kill non-Jewish children and use their blood for ritualistic purposes. And so the thing about this is that there is this conspiracy theory that's kind of like a readaptation of that. It's called adrenochrome. So that states that if you torture a person, and for whatever reason, children are like better, right, to do this with because it's easier there because they're like easier to influence psychologically or whatever, and you put them in a state of absolute like pain and terror and all this shit, they produce a chemical in their blood called adrenochrome. And if you then kill them and harvest their blood and refine the adrenochrome out of their blood, you can take that shit and it gives you like all these kinds of LSD effects and shit, right? And also it will make you immortal.
Yeah. The Fountain of Youth. The Catherine of Bathory-esque Fountain of Youth is being produced in
by
a
the way,
pizza
Catherine
parlor
Bathory
in.
is also in that scene that I'm gonna read. That's also in there.
And also Scaldi. So the reason why it was a pizza parlor is that this is like deep insider baseball bullshit for the United States. Washington D.C. is in fact a physical city that people physically live in and physically go to locations in, and Democratic lawmakers physically go to lunch together to discuss things in person, in the real world. And one of the favored, and so do Republicans, but one of the locations that is favored by Democrats as a common place for them to go is a pizza place. Like that's it. Is like that's the reason why they focus on pizza. The Republicans, I think, favor a taco place. Like it's that's it. Like they were targeting a specific pizza parlor in DC because Democratic lawmakers tend to have lunch there. Yeah, so people like pizza. Yep.
And adrenochrome.
And adrenochrome. But yeah, the Fountain of Youth is from torturing children. And it's what a damning piece of evidence. Yeah. Honestly, I think we may see the end of QAnon in the medium term.
The thing is, QAnon hasn't posted in forever, right? So it's been years and years since the last QAnon post.
I think we're going to, in general, see an end to pretty much anything like it for the foreseeable future. because of AI. Like, if you're the type of person who is vulnerable to...
Dude, I wonder what conspiracy theories are gonna look like in the age of AI. This is gonna be some wild shit, dude. We're not ready for this.
Well, the thing is, like, we're already seeing some of it, and it's producing something much more... something that's really frustrating to study, because a lot of what kind of, like, drives conspiracy theories in a direction that makes them kind of interesting to discuss and study is the social aspect of them.
Dude, have you read, like, yeah, talking to chat right now, have you read the article written basically by the SCP Foundation? There's like a guy that wrote about the SCP Foundation having to advise their writers that they cannot actually keep writing SCP articles about people talking to AIs and going insane, because this is not anomalous, it's actually a thing. It's just actually a thing. This is not a fucking anomaly that you can write about, right? So
It is simply not fictional
funny
enough.
as shit. It's just not even fiction, dude. That's like you can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Gen AI guy. He did the.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That writer is pretty good. Quantum. I actually like Quantum quite a bit. I think his horror is actually not nearly as good as his comedy. I think Quantum's comedy is like really good, and his horror is just like pretty good. More conceptually good than like actually good. Like, he wrote There Is No Anti-Memetics Division, which is conceptually very cool, but like as an actual story, it's pretty weak.
Anti-Memetics Division is probably the most famous story of the SCP Foundation.
Yep.
To the point where, like, I remember I actually played I played like this one game. It's one of my favorite SCP games that I ever played. I played it on stream. It was called Secret Files or whatever. And it could have been, it's still pretty good. There's some interesting stuff in there. And when the actual thing ends, it ends with the first word of There Is No Anti-Memetics Division. And I was like, oh
dude.
shit, dude, oh my God. It's where it turns out that, like, you weren't actually a new hire, so to speak, right? You just forgot, right? Like, because that's how the Anti-Memetics Division work.
Yeah, for folks to fill in why, like, it will kind of explain why this is a cool concept. So SCP is a wiki formatted horror device. Many people, I don't think anybody, because there are obviously people who are banned from SCP, but you can write a story and submit it to the SCP wiki, and they'll keep it there. And they have, on top of it having this sort of like communal format, they also have like formal restrictions on what you can write. And it's not like about the content. It's not really about the content. It's about like the format that you write in. You're supposed to write everything in the style of a heavily redacted government document.
They have like this specific format of, okay, this is you're supposed to, this is how it works. This is a organization, and they keep anomalous items in containment. What you are writing, in most cases, there's other formats these days, is you're writing a research document about this item and how it is contained, basically. So it's like a briefing document almost for people that are trying to contain it, right? And there's like all kinds of like addendums and stuff where there's like, how did we get this? What happened? Like things that are attached to it, right? Like that are important to understand. And that's basically how it's written.
Yeah. You're writing. They often, to me, look like material safety data sheets, right?
I kind of like that, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, the first part of it always is like, the first part is like, it is this. Here's how you contain it, right? Like, and they don't even talk about what it is. There's just a list of instructions of how to contain it and how to handle it and what to do and what to not do.
Yep,
and the description comes after, right? That's how it works.
Yep. And so one of the common recurring types of objects that they have in it are memetic hazards. And memetic hazards.
Info hazards.
Yep. They are hazards that change your that change your mind when you encounter them.
It's kind of like something like hypnosis or whatever. You know, the movie version of hypnosis.
Yeah,
where
yeah.
You look at it and it puts you to sleep or whatever.
Yeah.
That would be a mimetic hazard. But mimetic hazards, they could be like, there's like a thing, and if you look at it, it embeds a message in your brain, and you're not aware of it or whatever. It changes your behavior, right? Like in some way, if you perceive it in some way.
Yep. And there is no anti-mimetics division. Is a long story by Quantum, who has written a bunch of stories. He's written Raw. He wrote one of the stories that has influenced me the most.
Sky Blue Sky is such a good article. That ship fucking slaps so much.
That one I don't remember. My favorite one is the copy of Don Quixote.
Oh yeah.
That one rocks.
Sky Blue,
that one's so good.
Let me explain to you what Sky Blue Sky is about.
Go ahead.
Okay, Sky Blue Sky is one of the actual really rare SCPs of an SCP-EX series. And SCP-EX are not from the standard series. They're SCPs that have been explained, right? Like, so they're SCPs that are they're not decommissioned. Like they haven't been destroyed. They have been explained. So this is an effect that was previously thought to be anomalous, but they found out it actually isn't. And Sky Blue Sky is about how basically I'll just drop it on you.
Yeah,
In the past, before the actual invention of color photography, things were just in black and white in real life.
Nice.
That's what the story is about. And then the invention of color photography invented colors as we know it, and this effect spread everywhere and corrupted everything. And so they just fucking we're like, okay, we're just gonna enact this weird ass memory changing protocol that we have, and now everybody just believes the colors have always existed. There we go. That's what it's about.
That's so good. That rocks. Yeah. And to finish up, there is no anti-mimetics division is positing that there is a single SCP that is an anti-mimetic that
SCP-55.
Yep, that causes you to forget that it exists.
Yeah, it's an anti-meme. If you can perceive it, basically, you can while you see it, right, and while you actually work with it, you will immediately recognize what it is, what it can do, and its capabilities. But as soon as you leave its presence, right, you will immediately forget all information about it. It's not impossible to retain information about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works. So the issue about this object is that it is 100% completely impossible. Like, the truth is, the article itself basically states that they do not know how this thing was ever contained, because they don't understand. This is just immediately everybody that contained this, immediately upon actually containing it, forgot. And you can read a story that somebody wrote about, or recorded while they contained it, and realize how they contained it, but as soon as you actually stop reading the article, you forget. Right? It's like they do not know who contained it. They do not know what it is capable of, or if it is actually contained as it is, right? Like, if it's sufficiently contained. The issue about it is that they do not know if this thing, it says, I think in the end of the article, at least at the version that I wrote, they get changed over time sometimes, that they do not know what this thing is doing. This thing could be responsible for the most amount of human casualties of any anomaly, and they would not know, right? It is impossible that they would know this shit, right? So
it could be entirely harmless.
It could be entirely harmless.
It could be actively load bearing for the rest of the world, and destroying it actually kills everyone.
In fact,
but you don't know.
There's some other SCPs that reference it. In SCP, what is it, 5,000 total exclusion harness, right? 5,000 is the serpent in the garden.
Okay,
Me, by the way. It turns out, this is funny information. The serpent the entity, the serpent, is the ultimate god of the SCP universe. It's like the highest tier deity concept that exists. But so there's like the total exclusion harness SCP is an SCP about it's about the total exclusion harness, right? Which is like it's like a body armor that you can wear, and when you wear it, other people will not be, they can't be, they basically won't be aware of your existence. The entire outside world will ignore that you're real, right?
Yep.
You can just do whatever you want.
The Ring of Guidance.
And,
Yep.
Basically, right? And the story about this, how the total exclusion harness was like retrieved from an alternate universe in which the SCP Foundation underwent like some fucked up apocalyptic scenario, right? And it's actually pretty popular. There's like multiple fan games that were made about this specific scenario, right? And in this specific, there's like another item that is similar to SCP-55, right? And the actual story, there's a story attached to the harness where during this apocalyptic event, the guy that is in the harness has a suitcase with him, and it becomes clear that the suitcase contains the SCP-55. And he does not know why he's carrying SCP-55, but every single time he opens the suitcase, right, he is filled with new determination, but he forgets why after like a minute or two. So that's kind of like the thing that happens there. It's pretty fucking good how they use it.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think
Anyway,
there might be other new
back.
anti-memetic things since then.
There are a few, but I must abandon you for just another second. I'm sorry. I'm
Please
still sick.
do, Nagarinsky. Yeah, SCP does tend to involve a lot of really fun concepts. I think I've had a couple of people come through here and ask me for writing advice, and they often do try to be asking for how to do writing thing without just writing a story. And I do think that SCP might be an influence on these people who have like a concept that is story adjacent, but is not just writing a short story or a novel. And I can kind of see how that fits in, right? And like I said, I like Quantum as a writer. Have a good night, Art Barian. I don't think that Quantum's novels are super good. Yeah, they're like, yeah, that's definitely a thing. Yeah, there are, those are often normal memetic hazards, are like a hazard that like you read it, like you like knowing about it causes you to become suicidal. The one that I liked among the memetic hazards, which I don't even know if it qualifies as a memetic hazard, is there's a mathematical theorem that destroys other mathematical theorems. I do like that one. That one's funny. But I definitely like the copy of Don Quixote that if you leave it in contact with other books, like physically, if you leave it like physically close to other like paper copies of short stories, it causes the other stories to become Don Quixote stories. And not like, they don't just become Don Quixote, but like The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe becomes about how Don Quixote walks into the story and stabs the raven to death. Like that kind of thing. It's And since Nagi is gone, I may as well take this as an opportunity to remind everybody that this is a subathon, that I am attempting to, you know, make some money, to claw back some of the money that I have invested into my VTubing, because this is a public service stream. It is supported by viewers like you, and I appreciate massively any and all contributions that people can make. I appreciate folks who just who just leave the ads running, who just show up. Death Heart, thank you very much for the gift sub to Echo A Iswin. Thank you very much.
1 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you very much. We are at 210 subs now. We are at 210 subs. If we get to 1,000, which is, I admit, a tall order, I will play Dark Souls again. I will play Dark Souls again. I have played Dark Souls before. I am so bad at it, you cannot comprehend. I will finish that thought before Nagi gets back. But other rewards include, what is the next reward? What is the next reward? The next one, oh, that's not what I need. Schedule. Next one is you guys will make me read a book. I will read a book that chat picks and then review it. Almantas is one that I'm excited for. I'm excited for the blindfolded writing stream. I'm excited for the cosplay. Nagi Nagi can't really back me up on this one. Nor can Nate's. Who here has met me in person at Offkai? Who here was at Offkai? People who were at Offkai can confirm that I do a pretty good cosplay of myself. Dream of the Red Chamber? That would rock. I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy to do Dream of the Red Chamber. Can I give you a poetry prompt? Can I give you a poetry prompt? Do you have any, are you writing in a format? Are you writing like a 4-character classic? Are you writing a haiku? Are you writing a sonnet? Are you writing free verse? Are you writing... I'm hoping you're not writing an epic. Please don't ask me for... That's way too much pressure if you're writing an epic. Hobbyist poetry? I'm just asking if you have like a format or anything, because like if you are writing a haiku, that kind of biases me towards certain subjects. Here, Keith, missing your train. There you go. Write a poem about missing a train. That is your prompt. There you go. But thank you all for being here. Yes. Writing with a dip is so time consuming. So much of life in New York is about missing trains. So much of it. Kind of an incredible phenomena, though, the train. All right, Mr. Cadzola. Mr. Cadzola, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate you being here. Please have a good night. It is 3 a.m. on the East Coast, on U.S. East Coast, which is where I am. Oh, don't worry about it. If you gotta go, you gotta go. You gotta go, you gotta go. The movie time is unusual? Hold on. Thank you, Scaldy, for noting that, but it should be 10 p.m. on Wednesday. It should be 10 p.m. on Wednesday. Okay, it's 10 p.m. on Wednesday there. Oh, you're right. Holy crap, that's extremely wrong. That's extremely wrong. Thank you, Scaldy. Thank you, Scaldy. For one thing, it should be 10 p.m. And for another thing, it should be Wednesday, not two. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. No, not 4 p.m. What are you doing? There we go. There we go. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, I am definitely not 10 a.m. That is extremely incorrect. That is extremely incorrect. That is extremely wrong. Oh, crap. Crap. I'm just gonna have to start over. I'm just gonna start over. Boo. Boo. I was hoping to get through several things here. I'm actually gonna. I think I'm giving up on this one. I am going to give up on this one. I will have to write this later. I was planning on writing a letter to Mishimali, a letter to Callie Calico, and some quotes from the Dispossessed for Mint Castella. And I am going to have to give up on those. I will be back in just a minute because I'm going to rinse the nibs so that they don't get stuck. I'm going to rinse the ink out of these nibs because they are getting kind of sticky. So I will be back in just a minute. Apologies. And I'm back. I don't know if Nog is back. I didn't ask her before I started this up again. Are you back, Nogs?
I'm eating the cereal.
The cereal. Okay, she is being cerealed. She's being
I'm
cerealed.
super cereal right now.
She's being cerealed. She's being cerealed. All right, I am. There's this. I'm playing. I'm going to do some quotes from the Dispossessed. I'm just trying to figure out what ink color to go with because I don't want to use purple.
You're so rich. You have so many ink colors. I have two. I have blue and black.
I have so many more, man. I have so many more. I do not have as many as you have paints. I do not have 20 plus of them, but I have probably like 15 ink colors.
Dude, I have over 1,000 paints.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. That is more than I can handle. Do I not have a good green? I do have a good green. How much gold, silver? I don't. White would be fun to do. Could do umber, burnt the umber. Sienna. Could do sienna for this. Folks, you should read The Dispossessed. Hello, Max Headroom. I am going to be doing some quotes from The Dispossessed because my book club is reading it, but I will not be able to make the book club meeting, and that makes me sad. So I am going to be doing some calligraphy by way of apology to my book club for having to miss out. But I have been joined by my good friend Nagi Quetzali. Yeah, it's a book club. I'm in a book club. I've read the book before, so I'm not really that... I am sad that I won't get to, like, talk with people about it, but I do recommend this book very, very strongly. This is The Dispossessed by Ursula K Le Guin. Really one of the better sci-fi stories that humans have ever produced.
It's by Le Guin.
Yes, by Le Guin. I think it's my favorite of hers. I think it is my absolute favorite.
Le Guin is a goated offer. So
yeah.
There's that.
Yeah, she's goated as hell. Oh wow, this is... I've not ridden with the gold ink before, so this is going to be interesting.
She wrote the better Harry Potter.
It's true. It's true. Those books, Wizard of Earthsea rocks, but did you read the sequels?
No.
You'll really like them because they are alternatingly about men and women.
Yeah, because Le Guin like kind of realized that she was writing like some weird male supremacist world for a while.
Yeah.
and then she was like, okay, well, we should like change that a little bit.
Well, and it's the sequels to Wizard of Earthsea are I would say that in the Earthsea series, the first book is maybe the worst. The third book and the first book I think are like dramatically worse than the second and fourth book. Is like the big story. Is like the second and fourth book in the series, which are about women. About woman specific. I should be more specific here.
About a woman.
They're about a specific woman.
It's Yalor.
It's gold. It's shiny.
Okay, listen. I'll tell you something about Dune right now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Dune is written like trash. Like you have to agree with me here. Like. I'm not talking about the content of the book. It's like grammatically incorrect and shit. Like I don't know. Yeah. It's really badly done. Like it's really badly written from like a technical perspective.
I enjoyed Dune a lot when I read it many, many years ago, and I don't want to go revisit it because I am afraid it will be much worse than I remember it. Meanwhile, I really want to... I am looking forward to... Hello, Rick Assey. Welcome back. I am really looking forward to when I get my shit together and reread The Hitchhiker's Guide. Okay, this gold ink is weird to use. This is weird.
Dude, I'll never forgive The Hitchhiker's Guide for like having all these fucking scenes where like people on the internet think they're cool nerds when they quote like 42, bro. Like, dude, shut the fuck up.
That's boomer as hell, and people are quoting the Hitchhiker, particularly like the 42 thing. It's such like a boomer type of humor thing.
It's the ultimate fucking stupid boomer shit. Get out.
And it's interesting. It's a shame that that's like kind of how it ends up going down. I guess it's kind of similar to like how like Monty Python winds up going down, where like Monty Python often involves a lot of really clever writing, satirizing a lot of really stupid things about British society, and then people are just like, haha, reference.
You know what my favorite thing in Monty Python movies is?
Which what?
Living organ transplants.
Living
That was my
organ-
favorite gag that they ever did. I think that's like
Which one was that from? I'm feeling dumb right
that's
now.
like a skit where some guy comes to somebody's house and is like, hey, can we get your organs? Right, and they're like, yeah, you want to be an organ donor, right? And but it turns out they want to take the organs while he's still alive, right? And then he doesn't want to do it, and they sing him a fucking song about the meaning of living organ transplants, and then he agrees. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what even is this shit? I thought that was pretty fucking good.
I am going to make a recommendation. I would recommend against going to North Korea. Rick Astley. It's not generally considered one of the good tourist experiences.
Oh, that's from The Meaning of Life, the living organ transplants.
That sounded right. Like once you said the thing about singing, I was like, I think I remember this. The thing I remember from Meaning of Life was the part where the stockbrokers lose their minds and they become literal pirates and convert their stockbroking agency, their building, into a pirate ship.
That was also pretty good.
Yeah. And there's like a very classic piece of British humor in there where there's the Irish family that they're being really weird about in classic British fashion. And then there's like the Protestant family that's like, well, why do they have so many children? It's like, well, they have because they have so much sex. And the wife is like, oh my, and she's like clearly trying to have sex with her husband, and the husband is like, yes, but we're too civilized for all of that. Isn't that wonderful how much more civilized we are than having
It's
sex?
so amazing how civilized.
Yeah. God, I gotta get more nibs because I don't actually like working with this gold ink, but I don't have another C1 nib on hand. So I can't like swap out very easily. Teacher forgot there's like 4-minute montage of naked women that rocked. South Korea is apparently one of the really good tourist experiences. Everyone I know who's gone to South Korea has had a nice time. It seems like that's a good one to go to. Unfortunately, one of the countries that I have not. Korean is a language that drives me slightly insane because it sounds enough like Japanese that I think people are speaking Japanese and they're just not. And so I'll be like
What?
eavesdropping. What?
Doesn't sound like Japanese at all.
I have really bad hearing, man.
Okay.
Like you know this, like I've had bad hearing. Like this is like, it's got similar phonetic restrictions is the thing, and a similar cadence. It's not like Chinese where I just like instantly can tell that I'm not listening to them listening to Chinese.
The Chinese is like, I'm gonna be
Very
real with
specific,
you
yeah.
right now. Okay, this is like, I'm so sorry, right? But like Mandarin specifically, not so much like Cantonese, right? That shit is like the Dutch of Asia. You know
The
what I
Dutch
mean?
of Asia. I don't know what you mean. What
The
do
thing
you
about
mean?
The thing about it is, if you listen to Dutch people speak Dutch,
Mhm.
they will make sounds that shouldn't come out of a human throat. Okay,
Mm.
that's what I mean. They're gonna be like, that's that's the kind of shit. Okay,
It's the
and
thing with Putonghua is the air. That's like the sound that I always associate with proper Mandarin.
it's a different kind of sound that the Chinese stuff has, right? But it's not the same. But it's like, I cannot help it, man. It sounds fucked up to me. It sounds fucked up. I can't help it.
I think it's not that strange that like certain foreign languages will sound odd or whatever or even unpleasant to foreign speakers, and I think this mostly just winds up in trouble because like a lot of particularly like American and Anglosphere things, a lot of times when people are like, oh, like this language, like I don't like the way it sounds, is often in the context of like I don't like the way it sounds, and therefore the people from that country don't get a right in foreign policy, and we get to kill them for free. So
For free.
yeah,
Usually
for
we have
free.
to pay to do that.
And there's there's a Twitter post that I am thinking that I've been thinking about that I think is pretty amusing, which is like, when English speakers notice a cognate in a Romance language, an English cognate in a Romance language, they go like, oh wow, this speaks to like the beauty and universality of the soul. And then when they notice a cognate with a Germanic language, they're just like, this cannot be a fucking real language. Are you kidding me? And then when they notice a cognate with a pigeon, they just descend into racism. And it's true. If you're an English speaker, Dutch is like the funniest thing on the planet.
It is a pretty fucking funny language, I'm not gonna lie.
I only hope... I used to drink with a Dutch guy, and I never was able to quite figure out if Dutch people think English sounds as funny to them as we think Dutch sounds to us. Like, I kind of hope
I don't think so, actually.
Mhm.
I don't think so, actually. But it's just Dutch has this weird singing kind of thing to it, where they have to...
They sound like they're in Dr. Seuss. They sound like children's books. It's incredible.
You're talking Illuminati talk? What? With the Illuminati.
The Illuminati talk. The Illuminati.
The Illuminati. That's like old school conspiracy shit, dude.
Yeah.
What's your favorite conspiracy?
Favorite conspiracy. I mean, I have a favorite Illuminati fact. So I can start off with that one while I try to think of a favorite more broad conspiracy theory. My favorite Illuminati fact is that like the Illuminati were like a real group in Bavaria, right? Like, you know this part, right?
Yeah.
They were like it was during the Counter-Reformation, and they're like, it's a reading club for reading Enlightenment works during the Counter-Reformation in very Catholic Bavaria. And one of their couriers, who's like going around delivering messages and stuff like that, like he's carrying messages, and he literally gets struck by lightning while he's carrying a bag full of letters and dies.
That's God is in on this shit.
And so and because the Illuminati is like kind of a criminal conspiracy, this means that his messenger bag, all of his letters, get impounded as evidence. And you know what, Nagi?
What?
They're still impounded in evidence.
even today.
Yeah, the Germans have kept them.
Yeah, they would.
It's my
fucking
favorite
would.
part. It's my favorite part. The Germans kept them. I've kept them for hundreds of years.
They would do that.
It's so good. It's so good.
You know what my favorite conspiracy theory is? Like the funniest one, okay?
Yeah, we're going for funny parts here, yeah.
There's this conspiracy theory that famous people are not real.
Mhm,
They're
mhm.
characters that are being played, right?
I'm sorry, Leslie. I love Dutch, but mostly ironically. Sorry, I don't speak it, but it is very funny to me as an American English speaker. But yes, continue. So that famous people are not real.
I'm just saying, dude. Like I even speak Dutch, right? It's quite the fucked up language. It does things to your throat, okay? Also, saying please in Dutch is one of the weirdest fucking things ever. I want to know what the actual root of that word is because it's the most random shit. What does this have anything to do with? Where did you get this from? Stop it.
What is it? What is it?
Which one?
Please.
The alsjeblieft.
Alsjeblieft.
No. I can't speak today, dude. I'm full of gunk, okay?
I'm gonna call it alsjeblieft.
Alsjeblieft. Like, what is that? Like, what kind of word is that, dude? Like, what does this come from?
Alsjeblieft.
Blieft. With an F.
Blieft. Alsjeblieft.
To us, Dutch German is weird. I'm not German either. Okay? So, fuck you. I'm not even German.
Alsjeblieft.
Alsjeblieft. Yeah, alsjeblieft.
Alsjeblieft. With the most American accent I can muster.
You know what the first word that I ever learned in Dutch was? So I went to the Netherlands once, turned on the TV, right?
Mhm.
And the first thing that I heard was vogelbektier. Because I was watching Phineas and Ferb in Dutch on the TV. It means platypus, right?
Okay. That's definitely very very useful common word to learn in a language first. Platypus.
Yeah. It's very important to know about that shit.
Who would have thought that backlighting gold ink would make it really hard to read?
It looks so weird, dude. Like, is this actually metallic? Like, what is that?
I can see metal in it.
It doesn't show up on camera.
It's not showing up very well when it's on light. And yeah, there you go.
Phineas and Ferb explained how to use Echo to you. That's so fucking funny, dude. No, dude, watching cartoons and shit is what teaches you actual language skills. This is the real shit.
Oh no! Don't tell me I have to actually
I also
learn
watched
anime.
classic Dutch cartoon, Alfred J. Kwak, where he grows up and then he's fucking one of the friends from in quotation marks from his childhood just becomes literal Hitler.
Oh my god! What?
Yeah, that's a plot point in the show. There's this crow called Kra, right? Who is he's half different bird and I forgot what other bird there is, a half-breed bird or whatever, so doesn't have a black beak because of that, and so he just puts shoe cream or whatever over his beak to hide that fact, and then that drives his insecurities drive him to become a fascist leader of the country and depose the king of the land. This is like the one thing about Dutch shit that I don't that I really have to say one thing. Their monarchy support is really fucking uncomfortable. Like the shit in Dutch media about like, isn't it cool that we have a king is really uncomfortable. I will say that. Like for real. Like that shit's weird. Bum bum bum.
I'm not gonna lie, when you said the thing about like the bill, the beak, my first thought was it was like commentary on some of the other Dutch traditions that make foreigners uncomfortable.
What?
The blackface.
Brother, the Dutch are an imperialist nation that has done as much fucking bad as the United States. But the Dutch, they have done some serious trash, I swear to God.
In case the Dutch listeners are getting too uncomfortable here, I will say that I'm not going to totally trash talk the Dutch. You guys are better at urban planning than the rest of us.
They're pretty good. Like I like going to the Dutch cities. I really like Leiden.
Yeah.
Leiden, it's good.
Yeah.
It's a good city. I like the fucking Delft, Rotterdam. Oh, this was pretty okay. And what was the other towns that I was to? I don't even remember. It's like the weird ass city near to the German border, which name I forget. Utrecht? Yeah, maybe? Was that the name? Is that a real city, bro? Like, I don't even remember. Okay, could be.
I know that
it's real,
Utrecht is a city, but
there.
I just know it from like
Yeah.
reading history books. I don't really like actually know where it is.
Boop, 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 boop.
Please Netherlands, do not take me finding your language to be cute and amusing to be a demerit in case I try to immigrate to your country at some point in the future to escape my own disaster zone.
I don't know about that, man. Like, the Netherlands are kind of like not doing that well on that front either right now, I hear.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, that they still are not rid of Gert Wilders, or whatever his name is, right? Like, he's still around, even though they sent him to jail multiple times for being, like, a hate speech motherfucker.
At a certain point, you just gotta kill him. This is like...
What are you saying?
This is like the lesson that you learn from Napoleon III and from ancient Greek history is like if somebody's just like a menace to your entire government, if somebody's just like a menace to your entire government, like you gotta like stop giving them second chances at a certain point. Like this is like a clear and present lesson in like all of classical literature. Like if you teach and read the classics, like this is like. This is like a number one lesson.
You learned that you just gotta kill him. You gotta.
Every once in a while, you got to be really careful about it because like
you can't do it all the time. It's
you can't do it to too many people, but anybody who's like looking at your entire system of government and your entire like way of life and is just like, I am just going to commit crimes until the entire government collapses or I win. Like those guys, you really just like gotta be really harsh with them. Those are like the people who you do not forgive. Yeah, this is a very light gold. Admittedly, like it is being backlit by a light box, so that's gonna like really make it lighter. That's really gonna like tamp it down. This is a pretty good test quote, though, because it's kind of showing how long it's going to... I didn't warm up today on my calligraphy. I just like, let's get in there.
Doing it live. Doing it raw.
Yeah. And this is always just like a good reminder that if something's like one line in normal writing, it's like 3 or 4 lines in calligraphy.
Calligraphical writing.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think like the Netherlands is a country that's like relatively is like one of the countries that's like friendliest to Americans.
I like that they have fish and what else do they got? Croquette. Like what else do they have?
Stroopwafel. That's the one I associate with.
Stroopwafel. They have stroopwafel.
Yeah.
They are good. I also like the pannenkoeken. That they are good. That too. I do enjoy them very much. That there's I always go to like this restaurant that sells only pancakes. When I go to the Netherlands, I just eat pancakes there. They're like pancakes the size of a pizza. Shit is insane, dude.
One of my favorite threads ever was imagine cyberpunk, but it's based on countries other than Japan.
Dude, that'd be so good.
And one of my favorite ones was the Netherlands. And they're talking about like cyber landsnecks with laser halberds, and it just amuses the shit out of me so much.
The fuck is a landsneck?
I don't know how to pronounce your European language. Landsneck.
Landsknecht. Landsknecht.
Landsknecht. Connect.
Yeah, that's better. You just don't pronounce the weird that much, and you're there.
Landsknecht.
No,
I'm doing it in the wrong order. Yeah.
There's no K sound in this weirdly.
I definitely hered you say the K sound. I'm gonna lose my mind.
but it comes first. It's Landsknecht. Landsknecht. Yeah, that's how you say it. There you go. There you go.
I'm unfortunately American, so I'm generally just going to say it Landsknecht. The next 4. So I'm just pronouncing it like it's I'm pronouncing it like it's the New York word.
Knecht. What is Knecht for?
Connect 4 is an American board game.
It's Knecht.
Yeah.
Extreme Landsknecht.
I don't know. I think it. And one of the people in the chat who is from Mexico pointed out that Shadowrun Mexico is actually just an accurate description of what Mexico is like in the 21st century.
Dude, that's actually true.
Yeah, this is just this kind of like hellish corporate state that's just like randomly invoking weird Aztecian nationalism.
The real truth about cyberpunk is that it kind of really sucks how cyberpunk kind of like became true by now. We just didn't get any of the cool shit. We just got all of the trash.
As I saw somebody posting on Blue Sky, cyber junk.
Yeah, no. So, like, Mikks and I have been discussing this for a while, right? Like, that the cyberpunk genre is kind of like philosophically dead in a way, right? Like, because you can't really make a thing about cyberpunk that actually warns of a possible future that already happened. It's fucking stupid. So, I think the way to resurrect cyberpunk, right, is like what we call in our discussions, trailer trash cyberpunk.
Okay,
So
okay. I just
trailer
want to point out that you
What?
have anticipated something I was going to bring up. But
What?
continue. So this has been done. So William Gibson, right? William Gibson.
Trailer trash? Really? They made the trailer trash cyberpunk?
Yeah, it's called The Peripheral.
What is it about?
Okay. So it is set in rural Appalachia, essentially, like years from now. Set in rural Appalachia, and it features a woman who's living in a trailer, and she is doing all sorts of like weird online gig economy jobs. And one of her gig jobs is to pilot a drone in a like cyber universe and take photos of things that are happening in this like 3D like false like fictional environment, right?
But this is like the cyberspace, right? Like
Yeah.
fucking kind of shit. Okay.
And so she's doing that, and midway through, it just cuts the feed. The feed just gets cut while she's observing something that's happening. She like sees somebody get shot and like murdered, and
in cyberspace.
in the
Can you
cyberspace.
die in cyberspace?
Well, no, it's actually much funnier and stranger than that. What it is that the whole cyberspace thing was a lie. She was not taking pictures of things in cyberspace. She was being hired by people from the future because there has been a horrible population collapse, and labor force in the past is more cheap than labor force in the present. And so doing weird internet acausal, like time travel, paying people to do things is actually really efficient for people in the future. And she had witnessed a political assassination.
They just buy like freaking cheap labor from poor people in the past.
Yeah, yeah. And the functional way, there's like paying people is this really complicated method of like having companies who know about the time travel thing and then giving them stock tips. But yeah, it's fundamentally set in rural Appalachia with a woman, and they're like, her brother's like owns like 50 guns and like 4-wheel ATVs, and like almost everybody in the economy is like a veteran of like really stupid wars in the Middle East. That's William Gibson, so the ending sucks anyway.
Goddamn.
William Gibson is really the peak like author who like proposes a bunch of interesting ideas and then like realizes he has to write a book and gets really sad about it.
Completely. He just like fucking, oh, I gotta actually like end this somehow and oh, whatever.
Whatever. I've hit page 200. Let's wrap this up.
Yeah, just whatever, bro.
The butler did it. We're done.
It don't matter. You get what I'm saying, right? Like, goodbye.
I've seen people accuse Ian M. Banks of that, and I just don't think that's fair. I think Ian M. Banks is not like the most skilled writer on the planet, but like Gibson like really is doing that. Gibson really is just like, oh fuck it, I'm done. We're clocking out. All right. Oh dang, gotta.
Bro, I gotta like repair my headphones and get new headphones. They're incredibly uncomfortable to wear. I bought myself the new biodynamic headphones a few years ago, and like, bro, legit, okay? The cushioning from the head strap just fell the fuck off. It's like, this has never happened to me before with anything that I've owned, even trash headphones. What are you doing, biodynamic? What the fuck? Like, sometimes they get like used up or like have like weird kind of usage marks and shit, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna put like something, I'm gonna repair it and put like fabric over that. But I've never had this shit just fall off. Like you just
Brutal.
fall off.
Brutal. I am sorry. I don't. I mean, you know my headphone preferences. My famously cheap headphone preferences. My headphones cost 50 cents.
No, I have expensive taste.
You do have
I'm
expensive
a terrible
taste.
creature.
You are the consumer.
Yes, I am the consumerist serpent. The covetous serpent.
This lady appreciates the finer things in life.
It's true.
Whereas I am classic boomer dad who is turning off the lights every time I leave a room to save money. Who is comparison shopping for who's going down to the grocery store and comparison shopping between bananas at different stores. Keeps a spreadsheet of all of my expenses.
Banan.
Banana.
Banan? I kind of want banan. I
love
have
bananas.
banan in the kitchen. Dude,
Bananas-
today I made a grave mistake. Okay, like let me tell you about it.
Let's hear it, my dude.
Today I was gonna make food, right?
Mhm.
And so I was like, okay, like so I made some orecchietta pasta, right? Like I cooked it, and then I had like these new plum tomatoes. So I was like, okay, so I cut them in half, put them in the oven, and I roast them, right? And then I put them into a pot, and like I roast like in olive oil. I roast like some onion and the garlic, and then I add the plum tomatoes and some tomato paste. And then I blend it together later with an immersion blender. And I make a vodka sauce, right? The classic the classic vodka sauce for the pasta, right? Adding some low fat cream or whatever and all that stuff, and then I add it together with the pasta. And then as I eat it, I realize, holy shit, dude, this is a vegan meal.
Nice.
Fuck.
How did you make a vegan pasta sauce?
I made a fucking mistake, dude.
You made a vegan vodka sauce.
Fuck.
You forgot the
vodka
cream.
sauce doesn't have no. It wasn't real cream, right? It was. I made cashew cream, right? Which is like
yes, excellent.
cashew cream.
Victory at Almantas.
It has less fats and stuff and has less calories, right? So I added that, and it was vegan.
Perfect.
And now,
Almantas victory. Almantas victory
now
here. This is an unqualified Almantas win today.
This really goes against all of my actual like moral convictions. I usually only eat things that have once lived, right? Or could have lived, right? But fuck. Fuck.
There's like one thing you can truly eat that never lived.
What's that?
Salt. Salt and arguably water, depending on your notion of how expansive you are with the word eat.
I mean, salt is like part of a lot of like organisms. You kind of need it.
Yes. Oh yeah. No, we need it, but it is ultimately a mineral. It is the only edible rock.
Carbon is ultimately a fucking. See, it's like actually vegan to eat like a good old steak because it's just fucking carbon, dude.
That's a goofball way to do it. Yeah.
And carbon is actually just like generally not like that's a mineral, right? Like if we're going for like in a coal mine or whatever, where I get that shit usually. So there you go.
There you go.
You are a mineral.
This quote's fun.
No shit though. Cashew cream kind of goated.
Cashew cream kind of freaking good. Kind of freaking good.
It's not as good because I don't have like a blender that is like adequate, right? Like I need like a better one. But it's still decent.
Can I fit in the last word on this line?
No.
I don't want to go to another line for a single word. Let me do some math here.
You can't. You can't.
I can do
it.
it. I can do it.
You can't. You can't.
I can do it. It's just a word there. I can do it. I can pull it off.
It's gonna look so bad.
Hell. I always get annoyed when I'm doing Gothic and I realize that like I could have crushed things a little bit more because it's just like Gothic looks better when it's all squished. Yeah, I'm gonna clear this easy.
Holy shit, dude. They're sending airplanes. They're sending them. I hear them flying overhead. What the fuck?
R.I.P. to you. R.I.P. to you. There's actually now a political movement around me called Stop the Chop.
The chop?
The chop. As in
what the fuck is the chop?
Helicopters. Private helicopters. The amount of private helicopters that rich people are doing in the New York area has gotten so annoying that it's now like a lobbying group to get them to shut the fuck up and use the subway.
Dude, the real truth is rich people should be forced to do that.
Yeah.
I feel if you are rich to a certain degree, you're just like legally required to take public transportation. Dude, I'd do that shit. That would work. That's a good one.
I like that. I'm just in general a fan of banning private cars in urban areas. Like ambulances and fire trucks, like, yeah, whatever. Even certain delivery vehicles, I'll allow it. But like if you are just like moving a person from a place to a place, no, you gotta find something else. You gotta take the train.
You have like a moped.
I don't know about that. I feel like it should be sidewalk compatible. I feel like anything. I feel like a bicycle's where
go on the sidewalk.
I feel like a bicycle's where we got to max it out. Not even sure about. I'm suspicious even on electric bikes. It is really cool in America how like there's been like obsessive, breathless coverage of like every transportation solution as like the next thing that's going to like solve all of our problems. And the one technology we didn't do this for was electric bikes, and electric bikes have actually been enormously important. They've actually like been a huge difference. They actually like really matter.
No, dude, it's gonna be fucking the hoverboard.
It's gonna be the hoverboard. It's gonna be like weird.
Segway, dude.
It's going to be another bus that you put on train tracks for no good reason. It's just a train that uses rubber tires instead of metal wheels, and like for some reason that's a good idea. Ridiculous. So yeah, you can see the shimmer now that I've turned off the backlighting.
It doesn't look that gold. It looks more like yellow metal.
It might actually just be more yellow metal. It does say gold. It looks a little bit more goldy in real life because I'm shit at cameras. This is like the biggest project I need to work on with you is like getting a camera situation for doing miniatures and stuff that doesn't suck.
Dude, you want to know the truth about that shit?
I will never succeed.
No.
I'll die alone.
That's a pretty rough one. I have been looking into this myself, and fuck. Fuck. So, it's possible, but the lens that you would have, the real issue is not the camera. We can get a camera body used on eBay for like pretty good money. The issue is the actual optics. that are necessary to do this to a degree where you can actually paint this so that the people that watch this can actually see what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, lighting is whatever we can get like that done.
Yeah.
But the issue is the fucking lens. That lens or a lens of that kind of specification is really expensive. It fucking sucks. I have like watched a lot of different streamers that do this stuff, and those that actually like had decent setups, I asked them what they use, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the one guy that I really like the setup of told me what they use, and that stuff is available. It's even in the ecosystem of cameras that I have already, but I don't have that lens, and that lens costs tons of money. It costs me at least $300, and that's like the cheapest use that I can find.
Honestly, not as bad as I was expecting to say. I was expecting to say 5,000. Also, hello, Mara.
3 to 800.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Hello, Mara. So, yeah, this quote rocks. They had all tried copulating with girls. Some of them, in despair, had also tried not copulating with girls. It made no difference. The girls were there.
What does this mean?
This is from the Dispossessed, and at the time of this part of the story, the characters are like 13 to 15 years old, and so this is about being an incredibly horny teenager.
So if you don't do it, it doesn't matter because the girls don't go away?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no, it's about how when you're a teenage boy, you are just so horny that your mind breaks and there's nothing you can't solve it. Like you can only survive your teenage years.
One must fuck.
You can fuck or you can not fuck. You will still be losing your mind. You'll still be noticing girls constantly, and you will not be able to stop thinking about it. The presence of females was oppressive to them all.
It is true. It's their fault. It's the fault of the female. As it always is.
As it always is. Same as it ever was. Even now, you're still obsessed with hot women. It's true. It's true, Mara. It is true of you. This is a thing that I know about you. Nagi, I just have to say that briefly that I'm very proud of myself for actually Mikks isn't here. Mikks would appreciate this more. Noir was on the channel last night and hanging out, and I managed to hit her from orbit with an orbital strike read. Just had she I have correctly diagnosed that she had worn out a VHS of a copy of A League of Their Own.
What?
A League of Their Own is an American baseball film. It is about so this is actually a funny little part of American history. So the U.S. went to war, right? The U.S. went to war in World War II.
I didn't know about that one. It's crazy.
Yeah. So many of our men, so many of our strapping young lads were serving that we couldn't keep the baseball league running. We couldn't keep professional baseball running. So they made a women's league so that people could still watch professional baseball.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is a movie about that.
Fucking weird, dude.
Yeah, right?
That's so weird, man. What the hell?
And of course, that was like one of those things that had to be rolled back immediately after the war. Like it was just like absolutely not. We cannot allow this to persist.
What did they just like fire them all? Like
yeah.
what?
Oh no, this was like a huge part of the drawdown from World War II in the United States was like women just being like fired like turbo fast from like every job on the planet.
Cool. Go on, King, I guess.
Yeah, it was the men came back from war and we needed to make jobs for them, and it was one of the fastest way you can make jobs for the men coming back from the war is remove the women who currently have their jobs from those jobs.
That's the good old misogyny that we're missing in today's society.
Well, I mean, like when you see like Americans talk about
These days,
this
when a
era,
woman has a job, you don't get that job. Back in the day, you could get that job, and so they suck now. I'm saying,
this is like legitimately like a lot of the political project of a conservative Americana is like nostalgia for the extraordinarily brief period in American history where women did not generally work in workplaces. Like, it's historically like people remember, like when people are like, oh, like women didn't used to work, like the trad wife stuff. That is a lie. That is just a lie. Women have always worked.
This is like, dude, we know this for sure, bro. Like, people in like ancient times here in Europe, they have always worked jobs. They've worked on farms. They had like worked in like different kinds of other like crafts and shops and all this kind of shit. This is like super common. Everybody knows this shit. Like, I don't understand.
There's the joke that I kind of make about this is that conservative Americans have decided that like 1962 specifically, like somewhere between 1954 and 1962 specifically, is the only time in all of human civilization that humans were acting naturally. And every other period of history, the other 50,000 years of human existence, is the anomaly.
I mean, there's also a prevalent understanding that like freaking in ancient cultures or whatever, like that this was like an entirely male-dominated society at all times, which is like not very anthropologically sound. Like, it's just
because the male writers didn't write about women's work, they didn't do it. Like, dumbasses, like, absolutely asinine. And like even then among those writers, like we still like know that they cared about women, like they thought women were working, because like Greek and Roman writers will talk about the virtue of women in terms of their ability to do work, specifically spinning.
We also noticed about like Egypt, right? In Egypt, this was super common. They were like very egalitarian back then.
Well, if not egalitarian, certainly like willing to marshal labor resources that are available. Like, you have people, they need to work because there's not a lot of economic overhead in the economy. There's not a lot of overhead in the economy. So I mean, Egypt's an interesting one, right? Because like the concept that Egypt has around kingship is way more gendered than other cultures are about kingship. And so this leads to one of those things that like I really still need to like reach out to and like talk to an Egyptologist about this. It's like famously, like you've heard of Hatshepsut, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hatshepsut is the only female king of Egypt. And so, but kingship is an intrinsically masculine pursuit. And so how do you thread that needle? And the answer is that Hatshepsut made it illegal to refer to Hatshepsut as a woman. And art of Hatshepsut becomes increasingly masculine over the course of her lifetime. And I'm like genuinely wondering if we're supposed to be treating Hatshepsut as a man, if we're supposed to be treating this as like a gender transition. That, like,
dude, like that's kind of like, I don't know, man. That kind of like,
man.
It's the kind of like looking like that. Not gonna lie, man. I don't know.
It feels kind of straightforwardly like a 21st century understanding of transmasculinity, up to and including like criminalizing dead naming them, and I'm just like, I'm really curious about that. And I should talk to like an actual Egyptologist and be like, should we be using he/him pronouns for Hatshepsut? Like, I will say that one of my favorite interviews I've ever listened to was between two historians, and it was about Hatshepsut. Like, it was an Egypt historian who's just kind of like who's just kind of like the unusual type of historian who's just kind of like broadly enthusiastic about the culture he's studying. And he has this Hatshepsut specialist on, and the Hatshepsut specialist is just like, is a woman, and she's just like, yeah, I think it's actually really fucked up for people to be like celebrating Hatshepsut as like an icon of like girl power, because like the entire Egyptian government is just a blood drunk mafia, and it just happens to be that one of the most successful blood drunk mafioso happened to have a vagina. That's not like that cool or impressive. She's just another evil thug. And the interviewer was completely caught flat-foot by this. He was not expecting this at all. He was just totally unprepared for this woman just being like, yeah, the Egyptian priesthood is just another mafia, just another bunch of gangsters. We shouldn't respect them. I don't care if Hatshepsut's a woman. Like, this is not a respectable series of behaviors. These are assholes.
It also seems kind of debatable seeing their behavior if they should be called a woman by modern standards.
Yeah,
I don't think that is kind of weird.
Yeah. No, I am curious about this. I have become pedantic about referring
this
to...
kind of feels like almost like there's like other examples, especially of like you know, high-ranking kind of political figures that had the power to enact this kind of shit, to just be like, hey, by the way, you gotta refer to me as like XYZ, right? Like, and everything else is illegal, right? Like, this is not even that uncommon. I don't know.
It makes sense to me as like
strange.
As like a way to like exercise power, right? Yeah, there's that one. The one that there's an American character that's like a kind of interesting one of Lou Alcott wrote the novel Little Women, and it's the part of this that winds up being kind of interesting is that Lou Wilcott is, you know, generally referred to as Louisa May Alcott, but like insisted on he him pronouns in life and like wore suits and stuff.
Yeah, that's
like,
not sus at all. That's not
and like everybody said Lou. Like it's like you know, I don't know what to say. Like, that seems kind of straightforward to me. Okay, actually, here's a pretty good one. Here's a pretty good quote. I just remember that this was a good quote. Alcott in 1862 joined the U.S. Sanitary Commission, which was part of the Union war effort during the American Civil War. Her father said that he felt as if he was sending his only son to war.
Oh man. Oh man. It's kind of like I didn't. It's a very interesting topic. Like, I remember a story that my great grandmother told me, right? Mm-hmm. Where she told me that there was a woman, right, in the actual town where she grew up that would always wear suits and like basically always wear short hair and basically be exactly like that. It kind of seems like that, like trans masculine people like back in the day used to be doing this and they just got away with it sometimes. Everybody was just like, whatever, just kind of cool, you know how it be.
There's this interesting thing where like in order to create the kind of social uniformity that we think of as natural requires a lot of bureaucratic effort by a lot of people. And like just a lot of societies would just, I put this out particularly in the case of immigration, that like immigration used to be harder because of the lack of access to things like airplanes, but it also used to be easier because of the lack of things like identification cards and like dedicated immigrations police forces. Like, it used to be pretty easy to just like
illegally roll over the border and be like, hey, I've lived here for centuries.
Well, I mean, in the case of the United States, the United States just did not have immigration law until the 1890s.
Yeah.
Like, that's really soon. That's really recent. Like, the majority of U.S. history, a relatively recent span of time. The U.S. is not like since time immemorial. The majority of U.S. history did actually roughly halfway the midpoint. I keep on forgetting about the fact that we're not in the year 2000 when I do these kind of calculations. Roughly the midpoint of our history was like when we like came up with having immigration law. Like we just didn't have it for like over 100 years, like 120 years. We just didn't have it. And then you know what we did? You know how we established immigration law?
How?
This is peak America here, Nagi. The first immigration law that we had was literally titled the Chinese Exclusion Act.
The Chinese? Dude.
Yeah.
Freaking what, dude? It's just like, hey, if you're Chinese, you can't come here anymore. I'm sorry.
No. The Chinese were coming here. They were working too hard. They were hanging too much dong, having way too much sex with too many of our women. Like, gotta limit them. Can't have.
Yeah,
too
that
many
was like no. They had like opium dens and shit. And
they
then
had
when
opium dens
that's
and
why,
they worked on the
that's
railroad.
That's why they actually made drugs and shit illegal, because like they thought that like maybe their daughters would actually fucking go to the opium dens and they would have sex with the Chinese people, and that would be the worst thing ever. If that, dude, I don't know, man. It's always like some weird kind of fucking cuck shit with these people.
Well, yeah, no. It's. I mean, it's.
I don't
like
understand
I do not know how many other people.
There's like something to the theory that a lot of actual politics are just about the sexual insecurity of some guy. Like actually.
Well, I was gonna say about the
I don't know, man.
I was gonna say about the sexual insecurity angle of it is that like a pretty huge percentage. So almost all of us come from societies that were, for most of their span, patriarchal agrarian societies, and patriarchal agrarian societies are really, really obsessive. About making sure that inheritance law is executed properly, and in particular that you know whose son is whose. And so like the concern is not like even general sexual continence, it's that respectable women not be having sex with anybody they're not supposed to, that men are controlling the sexual activity of all women of a certain respectable class, because that's how you control the property arrangements of the society. That the property law is dependent on this control of the sexualities of certain types of women. So there you go. As worth noting that I just want to kind of like take a little brief note here that like I'll occasionally see people saying like, oh, there was like no punishment for men who committed adultery. This is not true. This is not true. In ancient Roman law, if a woman, and again this is very like class based, they don't give a shit about slaves or about poor people. If an ancient Roman woman of a certain class was committing adultery, was cheating on her husband, she would get exiled to an island. She would be banished, right? But so would the guy who was having sex with her, and he would be banished to a different island.
The island of Lesbos.
The island of Lesbos.
Send them to Lesbos.
Send them to Lesbos. They'd get sent to different islands. And the variation on this that I thought was really kind of interesting and funny was that if you cucked an ancient Greek guy in Athens, if you cucked an Athenian, if a man cucks an Athenian, the guy who got cucked now has the unlimited right to murder you.
He can just kill your ass if you cuck some other dude.
Yeah. No, there's not a death penalty. Know that the state is not enforcing this.
He can just kill you at any time. It could be anything. It could be at any time. He just comes to your house.
just stoves your head in. And it's particularly interesting to me because like it's not a death penalty, right? It's not like the government is not doing this as like an extension of the government's power over life over death.
We're not gonna punish him if he does it, right? Like,
yeah, we're just gonna
just leave him alone.
Limiters are off here, which also means that like then like your ability to cuck other dudes is like dependent on your family's ability to marshal resources to defend you.
So the truth is though, as soon as you cucked some dude, he can already kill you, so you can just keep doing it at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Commander, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if Marcus Aurelius was a slave. I think you might be confusing some things. It should also be noted that ancient Rome also had like full-on slavery in a way that is definitely not the case for us today. But anyway, yeah, the actual point of here that was interesting. Oh, he was. The actual part of here that was interesting to me was like, I am often kind of skeptical of like projecting current 21st century ideas around gender and sexuality onto the past. But also some of these stories of some of the people that seem pretty trans to me in the past just feel that just feels like the simplest and least complicated way to describe
I'm
these
gonna be
people.
honest with you, like on the actual fucking like on the risk of being cancelled by everybody in existence, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm no expert on this fucking topic, but when I look at some of this fucking shit, I'm just like, people saying stuff out there like, oh yeah, different cultures have different concepts of being trans and all this, and some cultures have like cert genders and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at these cultures that have cert genders. Like one example is the Mushas, right, in Mexico, right? Like have you ever heard of this?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
So, or like stuff like this, and then it exists in India too, or like all this kind of
Hijra
stuff.
in India, yeah.
And those people, without a fucking doubt, are always trans women, 100% of the time. And the reason why they're not called that is because they're not societally accepted. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, are we supposed to pretend that this is like not a thing? Like, what's going on? I don't get it. Like, fucking what?
I will take a brief note to point out that Albania is noteworthily famous for having transmasculinity as established one. But that's a small one. I have seen some ones that are more complicated, like cultures that have like 5 genders. Which is a little bit more complicated. I am not an expert on it as a comparative thing. I think there are people who are much more expert on it. I do wonder how much it might... There's a case that we have not eliminated. There's a possibility that we have not eliminated. That there is what? That there is a universal approach, that there's a universalizing approach, and it's just not the Western one.
I don't know what the fuck the Western approach is, dude. I don't understand.
The Western one is that the one that I'm thinking of with the Western one is like there are binary genders and there is transition, and transition is an output of having like medical access and stuff like that.
See, yeah. I'm going into being turbo canceled scenario here, okay? But it's too late.
Be careful. Yeah.
Anyway, okay. So the issue is that like, if you want to like basically define what gender means in a way that takes it away from like the social roles assigned to a certain like distribution of sexual characteristics, I don't know what we're talking about anymore, because that's certainly not the stuff that like anybody else is talking about when they're doing this. It only ever gets brought up as some kind of actually shit, like that people like I understand that there is times in history and other societies where gender meant something not that. It meant something different, right? Where, in fact, it was, like, invoked in other ways, like, oh, like, this person is of a noble gender, is what they said back in the day, right? Like, where if you are, like, a noble, then that is your gender, right? Like, you're of the whatever ever, right? But if you're talking about, like, societal roles and the expectations that you perform associated with your actual sexual characteristics, right? Then I will have to say that it seems to be that there is quite clearly at least 2 poles that people are moving in between. And I don't even know what the other poles would be, because we do not have other sexual characteristics you could move towards. That would be some science fiction shit that we haven't yet invented.
And to
So-
the people who are exploring that space and are working on developing that set of polls, we salute you. And I'm impressed. But I also am.
No, dude, like I don't even have a problem with that. If you want to do
I just,
it, I'm a
I just know
transhumanist.
that I'm not making a lot of
I believe-
effort on moving. I'm not succeeding on that one.
I believe in transhumanism. If you want to exchange your body parts with toasters, that's the best thing, in my opinion, that you should do.
Man, having a toaster in your body.
But yeah,
what a
that's
time to be
basically
alive.
that's my opinion on that, right? Where, I'm thinking like defining. If you define a third gender in a society, you have to define it either like somewhere along this kind of polarity, right?
It's well, there's a it is something like from like my like historian and sociology brained mind here. A lot of the historical notions around gender is not just around sex, but around like labor roles. And societies do tend to have highly gendered labor roles. And because me and Nagi and many people around here live in societies that have pretty weak gender roles, and so pretty weak gender like affiliations between types of work and gender. It's not like non-existent, right? Like, you know, women are much more likely to be in caregiving professions. Men are really, there's a lot of sexual discrimination in the finance industry. It's actually one of the places where like women are getting like where men have like the most high, that's like the highest gender gap in pay is finance. And military continues to be highly gendered, etc. But it's a relatively ungendered thing, and without labor force roles being part of gender, it becomes kind of difficult to communicate with the past and across lots of other cultures around what we are talking about, and to create a kind of unified theory across those. I don't know. Gender is legitimately one of the most complicated topics that you can research.
I will say one thing. I will say that it is often made a little bit more complicated in discussion as it seems to be made in practice. Right? Like,
yeah.
It's like people like to fucking wax philosophically about this shit.
Yep.
And then when you actually see what the issues are that exist regarding gender, with like women's rights, of course, I know a lot about that one, right? And or whatever fucking legitimate men's rights issues exist, right? Like, so that kind of stuff, or like transgender issues and this, it's not actually about any of this fucking stuff. It's not actually about all these edge cases. It's clearly about the actual things that are actually being talked about, right? It's, you know what I mean there?
Yeah, I do actually. I do. Like,
because whenever somebody says like, oh yeah, but like gender was like distributed differently at other times, yeah, but who cares? Like, who has any actual, how is this relevant to anything? Because what we mean today is clearly something else, right? Like, it's, I don't understand, right?
I think, well, I mean, it's actually something I find kind of fun in general, which is humans actually approach the world as a series of practical problems. Like, observably, that's what we actually do. Is like we have a series of practical problems, and we try to solve them through a bunch of practical heuristics. And the creation of high levels of abstraction is something that we get to do later. And like, again, like our understanding of math and numbers comes from counting objects around us and moving physical objects between buckets and bags and eating apples and stuff like that. Like
Dude, I like the eating apples part. I'm gonna go get an apple real quick. Give me just 1 second, dude. I'm gonna get an apple.
She doesn't know. She doesn't know that I'm about to raid out. She doesn't know.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm feeling the essence of humanity right now. Oh yeah. Give me a second. There we go. Please go on.
Yes. And so I am. So I'm just gonna check something very quickly. Yes. Humans approach the world as a series of practical problems, right? We don't approach the world as a series of abstractions. We get to create abstractions later, and sometimes those abstractions are deeply useful, right? They're incredibly useful, but a lot of the times we're kind of creating abstractions that we don't really get a lot of utility out of. And where I see a common mistake made in humans, in how humans do things, is that they think that other humans are doing things in the abstractions first. They're looking for the abstractions, and then when they see things that are not conforming to these abstractions, that again were designed to conform to the evidence, they get frustrated and confused and irritated. And gender's a really good case of this, where gender is a thing that has arisen out of our observations of how people relate to both their sexuality and the labor force around them, and how our societies have created these ways of dividing up labor and sexuality. That fundamentally, right, agrarian societies are trying to create households in order to manage the labor force and to encourage a certain rate of reproduction in order to keep the society from going absolutely fucking extinct, because of, the fact that 50% of people used to die before the age of 18. And that's not just infant mortality. That there's a lot of people dying when they're 10, 11, 12, 14 years old.
Lung infection, dude, that shit fucking rocks you.
Yeah. And, think about that time you got sick when you were 5 years old. Really think about that one.
I would have never lived to even the age of 6.
No, I've got a childhood illness that almost certainly would have killed me.
No, dude, I'm born with so many fucking illnesses and shit that I would have never made it to 6 without modern medicine.
And so, the way that you,
I would have died.
Mm-hmm.
I would have probably be dead right now if I didn't go to the doctor yesterday.
Yeah.
And they gave me this one thing. Hey, take this once, basically, and you will live, kind of shit, right?
Yep.
There you go.
And so this is where
the
I am.
Power.
Yeah. Where I am posting, why I am talking about this is that so families are designed in this way to encourage a certain amount of reproduction and labor allocation, and we have completely changed the way that we relate to death, and by extension reproduction and sexuality. And so this means that we are put into a situation where gender is being really re-examined and fulfilling a very different role, because we're no longer using it as a way of dividing up people in order to create households in a way that perpetuates our labor force. We just don't do that now.
In fact, this is the thing that people talk about a lot, about this concept that it is more tied to actual sexual characteristics than it has ever been, right? Because of this, right? It has become a thing where it's basically for most people a synonym, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just how it's used colloquially now.
Yeah, and so this gives us a moment of truly incredible freedom as a people, and it's a question of how we are going to use that. And as I highlight very frequently, a lot of people are just afraid of freedom. This was a classic. This was the classic observation from They Thought They Were Free, which was a series of interviews with Nazis after World War II, where the men wanted freedom from having to make choices. This to my mind is the true madness that people.
I mean, this is the same thing that's happening with all this shit. It seems like the fucking weird ass fucking conservative MAGA people.
Yeah.
Why do they want the world where what they want is a world where the only choice that anybody, including themselves, could possibly take is the one that is good? so that nobody could ever like in quotation marks good, right?
Yeah.
So that everything's always good and nothing has ever to be decided.
Absolutely. Yep. The cognitive effort of taking responsibility for your own actions is something that can be solved by just creating a society that is so oppressive that you are not held responsible for anything. Extremely self-infantilizing, an extremely infantilizing perspective.
Man, because you couldn't have done anything differently.
Yeah, it's not
It
your.
was
You're not
already
responsible.
there for you to do.
There's nothing for you to do. There is nothing for you to do. And I think that's a terrible way to create a society. And I think I and hopefully you are working on, you being the generic you, not just Nagi, are working on creating a better society. On that note, I think that's a stream. We are 6 hours in. I feel like that is a stream.
That's a full stream, alright.
That's a full stream. That is a full stream.
Didn't you just reload me? I saw you reload me. What the fuck? You reloaded me.
I didn't do anything. I opened up my spreadsheet program.
I turned into a loading symbol.
I don't know. I don't know. It was probably Discord, because that's what happens. It shows a loading screen when Discord disconnects. But yes, I'll leave you with the thoughts that
I'd rather turn on Wednesday on my stream. Shameless self-plug. Nudge, nudge. Nudge, nudge. Hint, hint.
You're streaming tomorrow? What time are you streaming tomorrow?
I don't know. I'm still kind of sick, as I just said. I just came back from the doctor, and now I will live. Hopefully, otherwise I have to go back. It is spooky month, so I'm gonna do some spooky readings. We're gonna start off tomorrow with the Interface series, very classic internet horror series. We might also do some other stuff, but that's one of them. I'll see, like, maybe, we talked about the Pokemon Draft League. I have to face Mirabelle. This will be like the Battle of the Titans. We're both, like, basically tied for first place, right? So this will show who the true, it's not, it's the middle of the season, so it's not actually the finale. We're tied for first place. Here's a good one. So there we go.
Yes, I got the channel fed. It was unlocked yesterday by the subathon. I'll do a quick rundown on the subathon. That's the schedule. Quick rundown on subathon. We are at 200 out of 1,000 subs for the subathon. Subathon is going to be continuing to run for a while, at least through October 20th.
What is Almantas?
You'll see. The Almantas with an A that you see there with a W, that one's been unlocked. That one's funny. But please don't redeem it now, because we're going to be raiding out in just like a minute. And because I feel like I need to go hard because it is subathon, tomorrow I am going to be doing tomorrow I'll be streaming. I will be doing surveys on stream. We'll be doing surveys. I like this stream conceit. Unless I get really burnt out and decide that I want to play Hades instead, we will be doing surveys. Thursday I will be streaming probably a game. Friday, Cavalier is joining me. We are going to be talking about actually I think we'll be talking largely about Philippine sexual politics. That's the topic I'm really interested in.
Dude, what the? Okay, sure.
Yeah. You know me. So I'm just trying to decide on who I raid out to. Alien Isolation or Zenless Zone Zero?
I am generally of the anti-Gamba squad, so Alien Isolation.
I don't actually know if that's what she's doing. It says just chatting. I'm talking about Grimmy. Grimmy is doing... I almost typed /raid into her chat. Do you want to say hi to Grimmy or say hi to Ratmost?
I like the rat, though.
You like the rat?
I like the rat, though. The rat, though.
I like the ratto. I like the ratto. All right, folks, have a lovely time. Have a lovely time. I will see you all soon. Here is my Discord. By the way, movie night this week is going to be fun. Here are my socials. Weirdly, Goodreads is probably the actual good one. And please root for Nagi in the Pokemon tournament. Tell Mirabelle to get fucked.
Oh no!